guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden acknowledged the enduring pain felt by those who've lost loved ones who served in the U.S. military this Memorial Day.
We gather at this sacred place, at this solemn moment, to remember, to honor the sacrifice of the hundreds of thousands of women and men who've given their lives to this nation.
Speaking at the 156th National Memorial Day observance at Arlington National Cemetery, he honored the fallen, emphasizing that those interred in military cemeteries are united by their dedication to the ideals of the United States. Prior to his speech, Biden participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Court is not in session today in observance of Memorial Day, giving former President Donald Trump a break from his hush money trial in New York City. Closing arguments in that case are scheduled for Tuesday. 7 people have died, more than 60 were injured after a tornado struck a Texas community late Saturday. Officials report that the National Weather Service confirmed the tornado, which hit Cook County north of Dallas. Governor Greg Abbott and local officials stated that the tornado, with winds reaching 135 miles per hour, destroyed homes and businesses in Cook, Denton, and Collin counties. The head of the World Health Organization expressed confidence that a deal can be reached on a proposed pandemic treaty. WHO member states have been negotiating for over 2 years to establish new rules for pandemic response. However, they failed to agree on a draft deal last week. The potential treaty has faced some resistance, exemplified by a truck near the UN headquarters in Geneva displaying a sign that read, "No to the pandemic treaty, stop the UN power grab." And Hall of Fame basketball star and commentator Bill Walton has died at the age of 71. He passed away after battling cancer. Walton won 2 NBA championships during his career. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
The threat of severe weather extended to the East Coast Monday, potentially impacting more than 70 million people from the south to the northeast. Strong storms expected with tornadoes possible in areas from eastern North Carolina to eastern Pennsylvania, including cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Additionally, heavy rainfall that could lead to flooding is anticipated in parts of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. 4 young girls are expected to recover, but a man is now facing charges after reportedly stabbing them in a Massachusetts movie theater. Police identified the suspect as Jared Ravizza. They described it as a seemingly random attack. Ravizza then allegedly left the scene and stabbed 2 workers at a McDonald's in Plymouth about an hour later. Ravizza's been charged with assault with intent to murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Tennis superstar Rafael Nadal has been eliminated from the French Open after losing in the first round. Nadal was defeated by Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets on Monday. Following the match, Nadal remarked that there is a strong possibility this was his final appearance at the French Open. Mike Tyson is reportedly doing great after experiencing a health scare on a flight from Miami to Los Angeles. According to his representatives, Tyson became dizzy and nauseous due to an ulcer flare-up just before landing. Medics had to board the aircraft upon arrival. And Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, triumphed over the Garfield movie at the Memorial Day weekend box office. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the years, I'm
Hopefully you had the opportunity to get home for maybe a few days over the long holiday weekend. Thank you, Josh Malloy. 1,000 miles as we kick off a brand new week. I know. Feels like a Monday, but no, it's Tuesday. Indeed, as we close out Memorial Day weekend. I trust you had a good weekend. No complaints on my end. Everything went pretty smoothly. Got to attend several events, family, friends, a little bit of barbecue, a little bit of beer, a little bit of racing action. Yeah, although things delayed, Mother Nature throwing monkey wrenches into all the big events, Indy 500, Coca-Cola 600. You got the full breakdown. As anticipated, though, the big concern with all the millions of travelers out there over the extended weekend was going to be concerns with Mother Nature. Yes, a lot of travel plans were interrupted, a lot of lives disrupted. And the death toll continues to climb. Last report I saw, it was up to 22 fatalities. My, what a weekend. Hardest hit areas, it was parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Western Kentucky. It's Saturday night into Sunday morning. As the sun came up there Sunday, standing in front of what was left of a destroyed AP Travel Center near Valley View, Texas, about 55 miles north of Fort Worth. The sheriff announcing that 2 children, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, were among those that lost their lives. And what he described as a mobile or modular home, several homes in rural Cook County Saturday night. As the case is so often, just a trail of debris. It took some time, they say, to get back into that location because all the damage with the power lines down, the trees that were down, it was a monumental task just to get back in there. The sheriff said somewhere between 60 and 80 people were injured at the AP Travel Center between Valley View and Sanger, Texas. That was early Sunday morning. A lot of people apparently were pulling off the road, stopping to take shelter in that travel center. I think they were all able to make it into restrooms, but several miles down the road near the town of Sanger, a suspected tornado overturning tractor-trailer trucks, as well as mobile homes. Yeah, trees down in the area, of course, that's the typical breakdown. The fire department in the city of Denton, about 37 miles north of Fort Worth, posted that emergency personnel were responding to a marina for multiple victims, some reported trapped there. Across state lines, officials also confirmed 2 deaths in Mays County, Oklahoma. Details not immediately available there. Damage reported throughout Rogers County, Oklahoma, after a potential twister there. About 28 miles east of Tulsa, police in Claremore, Oklahoma, said the city was shut down due to storm damage. Downed power lines, trees, inaccessible roadways. Officials said the damage was extensive and power out for much of the city for an extended period of time. Then at least 5 reportedly lost their lives in Arkansas. A 26-year-old woman found deceased outside a destroyed home in Olvey, that's Boone County. According to the Office of Emergency Management, another person killed in Benton County, 2 more in Marion County. Another fatality reported in Benton County, Arkansas. Melody Walk, the county communications director, said a number of folks were injured there, but tens of thousands without power as of Monday morning. 68,000 in Missouri, 63,000 in Arkansas. Major outages reported in the state of Kentucky as well, where at one point more than 184,000 were without power, 34,000 in Tennessee, as those storms all moved off to the east. So we're going to start a brand new day, a brand new week. First things first, I should have said welcome in. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And we welcome you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, we will work our way into the 28th day of May. Again, closing out the Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully your plans were not disrupted, but many of the remembrances, parades were indeed interrupted thanks to Mother Nature. But right on the heels, we're not done yet. We start a new week kind of picking things up right where we left off from the previous. Right on the heels of the major outbreak, deadly tornadoes over the Memorial Day weekend. A little rest for portions of the central states, more storms expected to erupt, some becoming severe over portions of the Great Plains and part of the Mississippi Valley for the upcoming week. For many central states, the overall risk will be less intense over the next several days. Of course, it only takes one violent thunderstorm or tornado to strike a populated area. The tally of severe weather incidents surged over the weekend, nearly 1,100 with dozens of tornadoes Friday to Sunday. Of course, we still have some activity here Monday into Monday night. As of Monday morning, 700,000 homes and businesses are without power in the central and eastern states. Of course, that weather derailed a lot of outdoor plans. Millions from the plains to the east. Downpours and thunderstorms has affected both of our big races over the weekend, as the Indy 500 was delayed for about 4 hours. Then the 600-mile NASCAR race at Charlotte brought to an early end there. Only about 2/3 of the event completed. But once you get to that halfway point, officials can call it a race. And the way the heavens opened up there, it would have been many, many hours before they could have resumed racing activities there. So they just called it a night. AccuWeather forecasters say the risk of severe storms is going to focus on the plain states from Tuesday to Friday. So today to Friday, severe thunderstorms will affect parts of the region from Texas northward into eastern Colorado and western Kansas, then east from Texas to central and northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas once again for the day ahead here. In that zone, a more concentrated area of severe storms is forecast across western and central Texas once again. Those storms Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday night. Large hail, torrential downpours, and powerful winds once again. Gusts to maybe 85 miles per hour. They're talking hail to the size of baseballs may fall in some of the more intense storms later today. And we cannot rule out a few tornadoes. Then it's like daily rounds of severe storms expected to span from Texas to the Dakotas Wednesday to Thursday. Wednesday's threat zone extends along a 1,600-mile swath from the Rio Grande River in Texas northward all the way to the Canadian border from eastern Montana, western North Dakota. Some of the storms in part of that zone, but there will be pockets of more just general coverage in parts of West Texas. Thursday, a similar zone extending from central Texas to much of North Dakota. Again, another 1,400-mile swath of potential folks seeing some severe weather. Looks like the main threats for storms Wednesday and Thursday, isolated large hail, some strong winds, and flash flooding. Should conditions come together, Thursday could prompt more than a few isolated storms, packing tornadoes once again. So, as I said, where we left off last week, through the weekend, we pick right up as we begin a new week. I saw Philly Dan was on board out of the box. It is that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. Did you see the Colorado rancher? And it's turned out that 37 cattle killed by a lightning strike over the weekend. Yeah, that was One of the stories I had in the mix here. 51-year-old Mike Morgan was feeding his cattle, tossing hay from the back of a trailer when he was struck by lightning, according to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Dispatchers received a call a little after 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon, responding to the ranch in Rand, Colorado, about 80 miles northwest of Denver. Bystanders and first responders provided life-saving efforts, but he passed at the scene. A Facebook post from his Cavi Foundation, a nonprofit helping ranchers with serious medical issues, said the strike killed 34 cows and 3 calves that were around him. The strike knocked 100 or so cows and calves standing around the trailer off their feet. Yeah, some of those never got back up. Best as I can tell, it hit Morgan on the trailer. The cattle were all bunched up around the trailer, and it hit them all. At the time of the strike, Morgan's father-in-law was driving a tractor hooked to the trailer when the lightning struck. Plus, his wife was nearby leading horses toward a horse trailer trying to load them in. Morgan's wife, who was approximately 200 feet from her husband when the lightning bolt struck, was knocked off her horse. Family members had just finished Branding Day, a spring event typically attended by neighbors and friends who help rope and hold some of the calves for branding. So very sad scenario there. Morgan survived by his wife and his 17-year-old daughter. It's 21 past the hour. We'll say hello to some of our other listening friends as we kick things off for a brand new week. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's showtime. Hello, Pappy. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker, we're throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. So stay Bill your lane. The Overnight Drive will run you over 62 degrees in Harrison. Yeah, fire pit's still going. Well, let's get the week started. The upcoming day's weather looks pretty good here on my side of southwestern Ohio. Kick back, relax, turn up the volume on whatever listening device is bringing you the frequency waves from the secret bunker. Snuggle up to whatever, whomever. Heat up that cup of joe. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Indeed, don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Kevin, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Turned out to be a nice day in Ohio today. Shorty is rolling once again with the new week. I-95 southbound at the Georgia-Florida line at 81 degrees this hour. Start the week off with Orlando turnaround number 1. Here we go. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. It's his Friday. Happy Friday to me. Hope you had a great weekend. Clear, chilly 74 degrees at Memphis International Airport. Just a heads up, the old bridge, or I-55 bridge, will be closed from June the 9th through the 23rd, like it was last time. So let the nightmare begin. Finally got everything moved out of the old place. Now it's time to do a little R&R before getting everything unpacked. Weekend was okay. Had to do my normal routine, but we'll enjoy the next 2 days off. It's off now to Corinth, Mississippi for a Rockman and Hook. I'll try to check in on the program a bit later on as we start a new day here. All right, there's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. It's wet in the Northeast. Round 1 to Schenectady, New York tonight. We're 69 degrees, Platkill, New York. Well, hello, Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. In the overnight cruise, 62 degrees. In my area of the Bluegrass, so thankful the storms are over. Prayers for the families who lost loved ones in the tornadoes. 4 lives lost here in Kentucky. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Everyone have a great week ahead. Very good. Hello to Billy. Good morning to the overnight drive, folks. Heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina. Then it's on up to Clinton, Maryland. Have a great day. Very good. Safe travels out there. Yeah, how's the traffic? That's my question. I know with all the millions of travelers, we did actually kick off the weekend with a record number of people at the airports. Record was broken ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. The number of airline travelers screened, according to the TSA, more than 2.9 million travelers screened at U.S. airports on Friday, breaking the old record that was set last year on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, as a matter of fact. Officers have set a new record, most travelers screened in a single day. That was the tweet starting the weekend. We recommend arriving early. The third busiest day on record was actually set on Thursday, when just under 2.9 million travelers were screened at airports. In Atlanta, the world's busiest airport, they had their busiest day ever. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International breaking a traffic record Thursday with 111,000 passengers, airlines crew, and airport employees screened at security checkpoints there. Second busiest day followed on Friday, when 109,960 were screened at just that airport alone. With 104.6 million passengers, the Atlanta airport was the busiest in the world last year, according to the Airport Council International. So, yes, indeed, AAA had been telling us it's going to be a busy start of the summer travel season. Busiest weekend in nearly 23 or 20-plus years. Hopefully you made it safely to your destinations, right? I'm thinking probably some of those last-minute travelers still maybe headed back to their home destinations, and like many others, some take an additional day. Still ahead for Tuesday. Probably going to still be some busy travel out there. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends. Check it in here coming up, and, of course, to your calls at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden acknowledged the enduring pain felt by those who've lost loved ones who served in the U.S. military this Memorial Day. Speaking at the 156th National Memorial Day observance at Arlington National Cemetery, he honored the fallen. Prior to his speech, Biden participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. 7 people have died, more than 60 are injured after an F2 tornado struck a Texas community late Saturday. Officials report that the National Weather Service confirmed the tornado, which hit Cook County north of Dallas. Governor Greg Abbott and local officials say the tornado, with winds reaching 135 miles per hour, destroyed homes and businesses in Cook, Denton, and Collin counties. Mike Tyson is reportedly doing great after experiencing a health scare on a flight from Miami to Los Angeles. According to his representatives, Tyson became dizzy and nauseous due to an ulcer flare-up just before landing. John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
special shout out to a first-time listener. That's Steve in Indiana. Hello, Steve. He said, with a name like Steve, it has to be good. First-time listener in the Hoosier State. Well, what'd you think? Indy 500 there over the weekend. Joseph Newgarden wins the final lap duel with Pat O'Ward, becoming the first back-to-back winner of the Indianapolis 500 in 22 years Sunday. Giving team owner Roger Penske a 20th win at the Brickyard. Newgarden's victory kind of capped off what was a fairly eventful afternoon. The start was delayed 4 hours with the severe storms. Then the race interrupted by multiple cautions. Still, they did manage to get all 200 laps around the 2.5-mile oval in, but just barely. Yeah, the race finishing in the Indiana sunset just before the 8:15 curfew. Didn't realize they had a curfew there, 8:15 Eastern time. So obviously that lengthy delay starting the race, pushing the much-anticipated double duty of Kyle Larson, who I guess he had a miscue, got a speeding violation on pit road, which pretty much ended his chances of a victory there at Indianapolis. Then, of course, later in the evening, the Coca-Cola 600. He didn't even get to do a lap there in Charlotte. He arrived right about the time a rain delay was announced, and that was it. Eventually, a couple hours later, they called the race there, the Coca-Cola 600. But finishing ultimately 18th at the Indy 500, the Cup race ending on lap 120 of an event at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Larson, jetting to North Carolina, landed just as the heavy rain began to arrive, about 100 minutes after the Indy 500. He would have gotten into the Hendrick Motorsports car if the race resumed, but they did not resume the event and called it official as they were past the halfway. 249 of 400 laps ultimately completed there. So there was a lot of racing yet to go there. Justin Allgaier started the Hendricks Motorsports number 5, finishing 13th. NASCAR tried to dry the track, but after a 2-hour delay, they said, the high humidity was making drying the track very difficult, and it wouldn't resume till after like 1 a.m. Eastern time, and they decided we'll just call it a night. Now, I don't know, that might have been a frustrating day for not only Kyle Larson, but he did say, I'm very, very thankful for the experience. Ever think about the 2 weeks at Indy? And it was great. Well, until today. The 2 weeks of practice and qualifying leading up to the 500, his first IndyCar race. Everything that could have went wrong Sunday. Yeah, hopefully I'll get to do it again in the future. Hopefully the weather will participate, right? Now, for Larson, the Cup Series points leader entering the event, he will now be required a waiver from NASCAR because the Cup rules require that a driver start every race of the regular season to be eligible for the playoffs. Now, while NASCAR did not make an official announcement Sunday night on the waiver, it looks like it'd be very surprising for Hendrick's team to have kept Kyle there at Indianapolis, participating in the 500 if they weren't confident they would get that waiver. Due to the fact that Allgaier started the race, even if Larson had gotten into the car, he earned no points for the event, where the winner could earn a maximum of 70 points and 8 playoff points, which are both pretty significant numbers, considering that those points could make the difference in advancing if a driver struggles to make it in the playoff rounds. So, interesting how the plot thickens. I suspect they'll give him the waiver, though, right? Meanwhile, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, Jerry said Kyle did lead a few laps on the day. He was in the top 6 when he came into the pits too hot. Not a bad day overall. But to thank you for everything the professional drivers do out there. Yeah, I mean, we were actually out to dinner, and the race was on the big screen there, so I was not totally locked in, kind of in and out, but I knew he was, I saw him, it was like he was in the 6th position at one point. Then I couldn't understand. I saw that what happened? Something somewhere happened. Why is Kyle so far back in the pack? So that's what I had missed. I didn't realize he got the speeding penalty. Meanwhile, Senor Heatwave, as we start a new week. Hi there.
Well, good morning, Senor. Yes, my voice ain't exactly 100%, but it's a hell of a lot better than what it's been. Seen the doctor on Sunday, and she went in and prescribed another round of antibiotics. So,
wow.
I think by the end of the week, I ought to be doing pretty good. It's an upper rest, and they did test for COVID.
And I'm guessing the COVID came back negative, right? So.
Hey, last week I was in Salt Lake City and I had Fox News on, and they were talking about the weather, and I had heard something about Temple, and I'm thinking, it's probably Georgia. No, it was actually Temple, Texas, the neck of the woods that I'm from. The Belton, Texas, and Temple, Texas are, I guess you'd call them sister cities because they're right up against each other. They're on I-35. Apparently, they had an F2 tornado that hit, and there were a lot of trees down. But the problem was, or the issue with the trees, they weren't snapped. They were uprooted because of all the damn rain they have had. So full trees have been picked up and thrown around, roots and all.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking to a driver for Carpenter out of Temple, Texas, and he says, he said it was an F2 on the west side of I-35. And he says that it jumped interstate and hit the east side of Interstate 35, the east side of town, and it became an F1. And he said as of yesterday, they still did not have power to parts of that town. They said you could be on the interstate and not notice anything but trees laying down. But they said there was no loss of life and no injuries reported. So, I mean, thank God for small miracles.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my parents live 10 miles east of Temple in a rural area. And, of course, both of them, my father, he's in his 86, I believe. My mother is 82. And the house that they live in, they had built in 74. And so, I mean, the house has been through a lot of weather, but not that kind of weather where they had either straight line winds or a tornado that was in the backyard area that took I guess the barn's been there about 20 years. It uprooted the barn and tossed it into the neighbor's pasture. It was like, my goodness gracious. I mean, they had wind. She said they had limbs from the trees all over the place. They were told not to move anything until the adjuster gets there, but damn, I tell you what, them adjusters are sure earning their money.
Mm-hmm.
With all the damage and whatnot. So my parents did not have any issues except for, I guess the power was out for a day and a half. I told my mom, I said, look, I'll come down from Albuquerque to help y'all out clean up. It's kind of greed on my part because I could use the firewood, But I mean, at the expense that they went through, good night. So they were, like I said, they were out of power for a day and a half. My brother, which lives about 3-4 miles away, he was out of power for about 10 hours. So, I mean, I'm glad that they were able to get power going for them. Now, the Indy 500, what the hell caused the crash on the first lap? Was it just a wet spot that these people got into, or what was it?
I did not get to see I can't remember what lap they were in. The race was probably about half over before I got to join in.
Okay. Well, I'd seen it on Facebook, and they were talking about the big crash that took out, I guess, 4 cars. I mean, it's like they might have been on turn 2 or something, but I mean, I don't know how much them cars cost today, but damn, that's a lot of money down the drain in the first, half mile, mile and a half, whatever. That is a lot of money lost. Now, I do have, or had, a connection with the IndyCar. Obviously, you've heard of Big Al Unser.
Oh, yeah.
And Bobby Unser.
Sure.
Okay. Well, my ex-wife, Satan's sister, her father and stepfather were pit chiefs for the Unser boys. So in 76, she was out in the infield babysitting little Al Unser. And apparently she was in a suit that I would say was probably rather revealing. Word got to Big Al, and he radioed back that she had better put some damn clothes on, or he was going to put that car in the pit, go out there and put clothes on her himself.
Really?
So yeah. Anyways, so she also babysat. You've heard of Butch Patrick, and if you don't recognize the name, maybe you recognize this one, Eddie Munster.
Yeah. Okay.
From the Munster.
Sure.
Yep. She used to babysit him too. Now, when I was married to Satan's sister, of course, her father and stepfather they were done with being pit crews on NASCAR, and they were working to making improvements on these cars. I think her stepfather came out with the air jacks so they could go ahead and raise the car up without having to get, someone out there with a hand jack. That was one of the ideas, innovations that her stepfather done. I don't know what her father did, but yeah. So anyways, when Satan's sister married her second husband, I was number 3. The first one was annulled, so I don't know what the hell you say, what number I was, but when she was married to husband number 2, they sponsored Little Al in sprint car racing, or the midgets, the dirt track. Okay, he was like 16. He was 2 years too young to really be in that kind of racing situation. But the officials would have a driver meeting. And what they would do is they would say, all right, this is at little Al Unser Jr., or the second, said he is a damn good racer, but we need everyone's participation. We need everyone to say yes to let him race in these cars, in these races. And if there was a no vote, then there was a vote on the driver that said no, whether or not they were going to let him race in the damn race, and then they would re-vote on Little Al.
Really?
So they were his first sponsors. Yeah. I mean, it was a family affair. And I was always promised to meet Little Al when he had his house in Albuquerque. And the thing is, I knew where he lived, because the year he was leading the 500 is when he ran into the wall at turn 4 and wound up not finishing the race on that last lap. So he bought turn 4 and made that, had that turn 4, the barricade, as part of his entrance into the garage of his house there at the time, as a constant reminder. And the next year, he beat Scott Goodyear by that much. I don't know if you remember that race back, I think it was 92, 93. But, I mean, it was a really close finish, like 1/100th of a second.
Okay. Yep.
That's how close that race was. So, I mean, it's something else. But, as you know, and then I had a cousin-in-law, I guess you would say. Her husband, I think, he used to be a crew member for Gallus Racing, who was the sponsor of Little Al. And they were doing photo shoots, and it was a hot summer day, as it normally is in the desert, and they were all in their uniforms, and they were doing, like I said, photo shoots. And he decided he was going to get himself a drink of water. Well, apparently, Mr. Gallus decided, well, if you can't stand the heat, you need to get out of the kitchen. So he was promptly dismissed, and then he went to work as a crew member. I think it was for Bobby Rahal in Bobby Rahal Racing. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I got to see when I went to my mother-in-law's place in California. They had the toolboxes that were used with the tools for the race cars in their garage. Al Unser Sr. had the pole position and for the 76 500, I believe, and he had the obviously he had the fastest race time or track time as far as qualifying. So they had in the garage the sign that had the time for the qualifying and for whatever the speed was. They said averaged out at whatever it was at the time. Inside the house, they had a room set up with nothing but racing memorabilia, awards, trophies, and ribbons. I mean, that house was just packed, that one room, of nothing but. So, but my relationship with that group ended when I got divorced from Satan's sister. Now, many years later, while I was driving for Snyder and making automotive deliveries at the GM dealerships, lo and behold, Al Unser III is there at Gallus Chevrolet. And not only was he a car salesman, but he was also the off-track race guy that was sponsored. That was sponsored by Gallus Chevrolet. And hell of a nice kid at the time. He's probably a young man now, but it was amazing that I even met Little Al III. But that was my closeness to IndyCar racing. Ever since then, I mean, I really haven't kept up. I couldn't even tell you who the races are. I couldn't even tell you who the race car driver was that y'all said from NASCAR that went over there. Was it Larson? Kyle Larson? Yes,
Kyle Larson, correct.
I mean, if you wouldn't have said it, I wouldn't have known, and I wouldn't have cared. But, that is kind of a stretch for them to run, that guy to try to run 1,100 miles in one day. But as fast as them cars go, if he can keep it on the track and the track stays running, it's probably just an extended work day for him. But, I guess it's a lot of money, a lot of time, and just a lot of wear and tear on the body to qualify for testing. And, when them cars crash, whether it be a NASCAR or a, IndyCar, damn, that's a lot of money lost right there. I wonder if they have insurance from Lloyd's of London to cover their losses.
I know.
All right, so I'm gonna let
Obviously,
you go.
Indy cars are a lot more expensive than the NASCAR and stock cars, but nonetheless, they ain't cheap. He asked about the first lap. Is actually the first turn. So the green flag had just waved, right? It didn't take long for the first yellow. It was the first turn of the first lap, to be exact. Tom Blomqvist went too low on the first turn, spinning out. His car began to spin, ultimately went right into the path of 2022's Indy 500 winner, Marcus Ericsson, taking them both out. Pietro Fittipaldi was also involved in the crash. All three were done for the day. Wow. Turn one, lap one, day's over. After all the money and time and all spent to get it. Blomqvist said, so disappointing for the team more than anything. Obviously, also the other guys who got involved, no fault of their own. What a disappointing way to end your day before you even get started. He said, we had a good start, and there's one car spinning in turn one. Of course, it's the car right in front of me, according to Ericsson. Can't believe it. 2 years ago, Ericsson won the race. Last year, he finished second. Now, he did crash early on in practice for the race this year, which set him back in qualifying. He had to compete on bump day for one of the last three spots in the race, ended up qualifying 32nd. He said, I felt like we could really fight for the win today with this car. I was pretty excited about the challenge to go through the field. Could not wait for this race. So this was Blomqvist's first ever start in the Indy 500, where he started in 25th. But, yeah, disappointing things do happen. So lap one, boy, they didn't waste any time. And after a 4-hour rain delay, obviously everybody, and it's always on those first couple of laps, you really got to mind your P's and Q's. Let things get settled in. That's racing. All right, we're at about a minute from news update. We'll close out hour number one. And, of course, lines available. How was your weekend? Feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. All right, we'll give you the rest of the details here. Don't be picking up strangers, offering them a ride. Story out of Louisiana. Authorities searching for 4 inmates who escaped jail over the weekend. They announced yesterday, that 2 had been reapprehended. The other 2 are still on the loose. Okay, we'll give the details. Again, I guess young guys, 19, 20 years old, 19, 20, and 21, the ages. So it is 844-844-3388. Closing out the Memorial Day weekend. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Over 70 million people from the south up to the northeast could see strong storms. Tornadoes remain a possibility from eastern North Carolina all the way up to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Meanwhile, heavy rain could also lead to flooding in parts of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. This comes after severe weather has killed at least 21 people in the United States this Memorial Day weekend. President Biden spent part of his Memorial Day taking part in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. The president also delivered remarks saying he remembers those who lost their lives serving their country.
Decade after decade, tour after tour, these warriors fought for our freedom and the freedom of others. Because freedom has never been guaranteed. Every generation has to earn it, fight for it, defend it in battle between autocracy and democracy.
This as politics remains front and center for many Americans. USA's Ryan Daniels has the latest.
While Democratic politicians lean on abortion as a top election year issue, Republican politicians continue to hammer the immigration issue home. Florida Republican Byron Donalds, on with Fox News Sunday, said the country is suffering. Donalds believes the more rigid approach earlier by the Trump administration was more effective.
Donald Trump had this border secured when he was president of the United States. When Joe Biden came in, the first thing he did was rip up Trump's border policies.
He said Republicans need to end the so-called catch and release program and reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy.
Hall of Fame basketball star and TV commentator Bill Walton is dead at the age of 71 after a long battle with cancer. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
There's still no end in sight for the Israel-Hamas war. USA's Corey Myers has the latest.
The war in Gaza rages on. At least 35 people were killed in an Israeli strike on a refugee camp in Rafah. The Israeli military saying it hit a Hamas compound in the area, killing 2 senior officials from that militant group. Parts of central Israel were hit by rockets for the first time in months. Hamas claiming responsibility for that attack. Ceasefire talks are supposed to resume tomorrow between Israel and Hamas.
2 Republican-led House committees are advancing their resolution to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt, but the measure may not have a lot of support when it heads for a full vote on the House floor. California Republican Congressman Darrell Issa joins Fox News and explains what the goal of the resolution is.
What we're trying to do is assert appropriately congressional authority, and that goes back and forth between Republicans and Democrats should be voting with Republicans. If they want some particular protection, assert it.
The move comes after the White House used executive privilege over the audio and video recordings of special counsel Robert Hur's interviews with President Biden as part of an investigation into his handling of classified documents. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Say we close out the weekend, get the new week started, trust you had a good weekend, right? Hello to Dennis Burkett, who says, good morning, Steve. Not in the truck anymore, but I'm still part of the overnight crew as a fleet manager. Love the show as always. All right, thanks for tuning in. Good to have you on board. Gripshot is in the bunker. Copy the mail, 5-7. Yeah, Billy, like many others, says he hasn't really been interested in NASCAR since Dale Sr. passed away. How many, 20-something years ago now, right? Boy, the time flies. And hello to Darlene. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there. Yes, as Senior Heatwave mentioned, a lot of destruction over the weekend. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions here. Some of the hardest hit areas, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, yes, Kentucky, with a handful of fatalities as well. Now, there was a truck stop where dozens were seeking shelter in the restrooms during the latest deadly weather to strike the central states. The worst damage in a region spanning from north of Dallas to the northwest corner of Arkansas. By Monday, forecasters had shifted the greatest risk further to the east, of course. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear declaring a state of emergency early Monday, citing multiple reports of wind damage from tornadoes. 7 fatalities reported in Cook County, Texas, near the Oklahoma border, where a tornado Saturday night plowed through a rural area near a mobile home park. Storms also killed 2 destroyed homes in Oklahoma, where the injured included guests of an outdoor wedding over the weekend. 8 in Arkansas and 1 in Kentucky. Tens of thousands, of course, were without power tonight. I checked a bit earlier. Yeah, the state of Kentucky actually still with the highest number without power, in excess of 90,000. In Texas, about 100 people injured and more than 200 homes, structures destroyed. Governor Abbott sitting in front of the ravaged truck stop near the small agricultural community of Valley View. That was among one of the hardest hit areas. Winds reaching an estimated 135 miles per hour. So, of course, he amended a severe weather disaster declaration over the weekend to include the several additional counties that some were already under disaster declarations from storms and flooding here weeks ago. Multiple people transported to hospitals by ambulance and helicopter in Denton County, also north of the Dallas metro. No more deaths were expected. Nobody reported missing in Texas, according to Abbott this past day. 8 fatalities in the state of Arkansas, where Governor Huckabee Sanders confirmed in a news conference Sunday evening 2 of those fatalities attributed to the circumstances of the storm, but not directly caused by the weather. One person who suffered a heart attack, another who was deprived of oxygen due to the loss of electricity. All right. In Kentucky, a man killed Sunday in Louisville when a tree came down on him, according to police there. That was a storm-related death. Tornadoes, of course, in Iowa last week left at least 5 confirmed dead, dozens of others injured. It's been a pretty historically bad season for tornadoes this year. The senior scientist at the National Severe Weather Laboratory in Norman, Oklahoma, said we've got this pattern of warm, moist air to blame for the string of tornadoes over the past 2 months. Back in Valley View, near the truck stop there, the storms ripped the roofs off homes, blew out windows, clothing, insulation, bits of plastic debris wrapped around miles of barbed wire fence surrounding some of the grazing land in that rural area. All right, so a lot of power lines down, right? Let's see. Inaccessible roads downed power lines in Oklahoma also led officials in the town of Claremore near Tulsa to announce on social media the city was pretty much shut down due to the damage on Sunday. And we've already touched on racing delays caused by Mother Nature there over the weekend. Meanwhile, in the industry headlines where trucking comes into play, this is why they always say, turn around, don't drown. In this case, a trucker rescuing a teenager. He was actually on his last shift before planning to be off several weeks for his wife's hospice care. 62-year-old trucker Tom Melillo was on a regular route in Woodbridge, New Jersey, just headed south on Route 9 when the heavy rains began flooding the roadway. He noticed several other tractor trailers make it through the water, so he decided he would be able to get through as well. But that's when he noticed a small car floating past. It was a small 4-door black car floating in the water. I could see clearly it was floating. Back end was sticking up. Windows were all fogged up, but as I drove past, I could see movement in the car. I said, there's somebody in there. I know it's a woman because all I could see was long hair. He was able to get his truck through some of the deep water, and he pulled over before wading back into what was waist-deep water to check on the driver, where he found a teenage girl in the driver's seat, unable to open her door. So she crawled out of a window. She kept slipping and falling into the floodwaters. She kept saying she's sorry, and she's thanking me. I told her I'm not her dad. Don't apologize. I just wanted to get her somewhere safe. Grabbed her around the collar, hauled her back up to an embankment to wait for first responders, he said. I told her, don't drive through any more floodwaters. I'm not going to be doing this every day. So after the rescue, he drove home to Bayville to start his leave to help his wife through hospice care. And she actually passed away of cancer 10 days later. But he was presented with the CPC Logistics President's Award for his heroic actions on May the 14th. Tom's actions were courageous and brave. According to Walgreens logistics manager at the ceremony, several other trucks actually drove by the stranded vehicle without stopping. So clearly not everyone would have done what Tom did. His willingness to take a risk and help someone in danger just demonstrates what type of driver and person he is. To which Tom responded, "I'm just a driver. I'm just a truck driver." But he said, "Thank you for your condolences about the passing of his wife." Well, there you go. Good deeds. It is 844-844-3388. Somebody got a early start to the weekend because he wasn't with us on a Friday morning. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Cummers. Yeah, I had to get up and leave Sunday night there to get down here to Florida. So I'm down here right outside of Mickey Mouse. You don't reckon Philip is still mad at me for calling his car a rice burner instead of a japper crapper like Monkey Elder does, right? I might want to hide from him. Well, we got one down and 4 to go, Steve.
That's true.
So, getting them right on out of the way there. Well, heard on the news that Biden was up there to doing a Memorial Day thing at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And my question was, did Douglas Magoo say his son was killed in combat? Well, lo and behold, I found an article. Biden honors his late son, Bo, in a somber Memorial Day message. The hurt is still real. Hey, Joe, I'm sorry you lost your son to cancer, but he did not die in combat defending this country. So, save it for another day there. I also read where Laughlin Air Force Base was breached by a Mexican national. Well, they tried it down in San Diego, and now they're trying it up there in Laughlin. You don't reckon they're making practice runs at trying to get into our military installations, are you?
I saw a headline where, there have been apparently multiple attempts, as you said. I'm not sure if I printed that story up or not, but multiple attempts to breach military bases.
Yeah, well, we better be on the lookout. That's all I can tell them. Well, I heard on Casual Friday show that Horse Feathers did a wedding over the weekend. Well, I've done that twice already this year. Had to go get a motel room early, just pay for an extra day and get it over with. It'll be all right there. I really didn't want to go to them, but that's the way. The only wedding I really wanted to go to was mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if I wanted to attend that one. She kept asking my mama that day, make sure he doesn't run off. Well, let's get a little serious here. Fish oil supplements are linked to the first-time heart problem. So, pill doesn't solve everything, you see. Best thing to do is just eat the fish and not the oil itself there. I read where Jelly Roll's teen daughter was caught sneaking out in security footage and was shared by his wife. How many times did you sneak out of the house, Steve, and not get caught because your mom and daddy didn't have no security footage?
I was pretty good about staying home. I wasn't one to sneak out in the middle of the night.
Well, I can admit it now because I'm 66, so I ain't going to worry about it there. And, they're calling for Tanya Sotomayor. So she cries sometimes after some decisions that the court's made, but they're calling for her to retire, Steve. Well, if you don't like their decisions the rest of them make, don't worry about it. Just go on down the road there. And here's some funny stuff that happened this weekend. Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush mixed up Memorial Day with Veterans Day, and they wound up having to delete the post, Steve. If you can't get it right, don't put nothing on there, right?
I saw that headline, trying to remove their tweets or whatever, right?
Yeah, I know that's right there. Well, once it's out there, it's out there. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Just keep right on trucking on and say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake there. Let's put the T in trucking real quick. Did you see on the drive where Kenworth's Wild Super Truck 2 concept semi doubles efficiency with built bullet train arrow? It looks like one of them Japanese bullet trains, see?
Oh, yeah?
And that's what they're wanting to pawn off on us now. Yep, it's on the drive. Kenworth Wild Super Truck 2. It looks like a bullet train that come out of Japan there. All right, let's go to the Reds versus the L.A. Dodgers there. Y'all's groundskeepers, they were told to put the tarp out during a rain delay, and they trapped one of the girls for the grounds team up underneath the tarp, Steve.
I saw that, yeah. Which way do I go? All right? What do you do?
Yeah, no, that's right. Y'all done made me mad already. Now, the Reds 3, Cardinals 1. Come on now, you got to let us at least win one of them. But, may the best team win, and I'm going to finish all this baloney up. Well, now I got one other thing. Missouri officials respond to reports of fireworks in a warehouse, and it kept blowing up, and they all had to back away from the building there. And then I read this prayer on TikTok. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord rid us of that creep. If Biden leaves before I wake, I pray the Lord the news ain't fake. And that's all my baloney for today, see?
All righty.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Now, we've been talking for years now. And a kind of warning that there are people crossing that border. They ain't coming here looking for a job. They've got ill intentions for this country. The sheer number that have been apprehended who are actually on the terror watch list. Now, this is just one of a handful of incidents in recent weeks where these individuals are trying to get on military bases. Why? First, the top brass at Marine Corps Base Quantico did not alert rank-and-file personnel of an attempted breach by two Jordanian nationals in a box truck until 2 weeks after it happened. The incident occurred May the 3rd, when the two men approached the Fuller Road gate of the Marine base. They were stopped for screening, and attempted to ram their way in, but were stopped by military sentries. First reported by the Potomac Local News, then highlighted by the New York Post, and confirmed by Captain Michael Curtis, spokesman for the base. However, a notification to Marines didn't go out until May the 16th. After I raised the alarm, I had people who work at Quantico messaging me saying, holy, you know what? When did this happen? 2 weeks after it happened, Quantico finally put out an email to employees on the base informing them. I think it pretty much came down to shish kebab, guys. I guess we're not going to be able to keep this a secret, so maybe we should do some CYA here. According to a former infantry combat medic, now Strickland served in Iraq and Afghanistan for a combined 9 years downrange between 2004 and 2016. I said federal authorities have no right to bury details about this foiled incursion. Every American has a right to know what happened at Quantico. I mean, citizens have a right to know what's going on in their own backyard. Now, some reports speculated the 2 men arrested and had recently crossed the southern border into the U.S., and one was on the U.S. government's terrorist watch list. Strickland was told one of the people involved had a Virginia ID, while the other was a terrorist. New York Post has not been able to independently verify either rumor, but both men are in Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody. Authorities would not comment further, only saying the 2 will remain in ICE custody until deported. Now, who would they be keeping that information from? The reason would be so the terrorist or whoever the Jordanians are working for don't know all the information, but whoever these 2 Jordanian men are working for already know what they plan to do and that they were apprehended. The only people who don't know is the American people. In response to the Post inquiries, a Quantico spokesperson said in a statement, the unauthorized access attempt was reported immediately to required military officials. In any case determined to be an immediate threat to the base or its population, mass notification and other means are always used to notify all who work and live on Marine Corps Base Quantico. Strickland is a native of Fredericksburg, Virginia, said that in his experience of convoys under attack and later in combat intelligence analysis, the secrecy surrounding what happened at Quantico is meant to spare this administration embarrassment. Not about keeping the country safe. Well, yeah. It is an election year, is it not? And we're still dealing with a wide open border. And what has Joe done to stop this? How embarrassing. This is, like I said, this is not the only case. There's been several attempted breaches at various military bases around the country. It's a trend. As Knucklebuster said, are we in the trial run era right now? See what we can and cannot get away with? That's the way they operate, undoubtedly. So if I can pull up some of the others coming up in a bit here. Meanwhile, what do we have? Long-haul drivers in British Columbia are prepared to keep on trucking if Canadian border workers strike. This is on the horizon. More than 9,000 members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada who work for the Canada Border Services Agency apparently have voted overwhelmingly for a strike mandate. Might this lead to disruptions of the flow of goods, services, and people at Canadian ports of entry during the busy summer season? We'll give you more on that story. And it's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Hall of Fame basketball star and commentator Bill Walton has died at the age of 71. That's according to a statement from the NBA. He passed away after battling cancer. Walton, who won 2 NBA championships during his career, one with the Portland Trail Blazers, another with the Boston Celtics, leaves behind a storied legacy in the sport. The threat of severe weather extended to the East Coast Monday, potentially impacting over 70 million people from the south to the northeast. Strong storms are expected with tornadoes possible in areas from eastern North Carolina to eastern Pennsylvania, including cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Tennis superstar Rafael Nadal has been eliminated from the French Open after losing in the first round. Nadal was defeated by Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets on Monday. Following the match, Nadal remarked that there is a strong possibility this was his final appearance at the French Open. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. So back to British Columbia. I don't see a specific date when the strike might begin, but this could lead to significant disruptions to the flow of goods, services, and the people of Canadian ports of entry during the busy summer season. Now, the British Columbia Trucking Association are trying to say, don't worry, the goods will still get where they need to get. We do anticipate some disruptions should the strike come to pass, but I don't think it's going to be significant enough that the average consumer would see it. Now, in the past, he said, CBSA service disruptions have actually affected the traveling public more acutely than the commercial border crossings. He went on to say that the effects of a strike, of course, are different every time. But truck drivers in British Columbia are prepared to adjust to changes. He did say delays can be built into and addressed within the supply chain itself. He did offer a word to those who rely on just-in-time deliveries. And there's still a lot of that, right? You're going to have a brace for impact of a strike. So plan ahead, maybe build up some inventories because, that just-in-time stuff very well. We'll see delays as well. Now, word came down Friday as we were kind of kicking off the weekend here that Pennsylvania last week and the state police announced a sneaky traffic enforcement detail to take place in work zones. Operation Yellow Jacket. Will be taking place in highway work zones in several counties across the state. The purpose of this is to obviously curb work zone fatalities. According to PennDOT last year, there were 1,216 work zone crashes that resulted in 22 fatalities. But as part of the operation, Pennsylvania State Police troopers will be in DOT vehicles dressed in PennDOT-issued hard hats and vests. If the trooper spots a violation like speeding, tailgating, distracted driving, they'll communicate to another trooper in a marked cruiser to perform a traffic stop. Now, they always say, our goal is not to write tickets. Our goal is to prevent the violations that would warrant a ticket from happening in the first place. These violations are what can cost people their lives. That's why we want the public to know the state police have a presence in work zones. That will be an extra incentive to slow down. It could save a life. They had a similar operation that they conducted in the spring last year. 136 traffic stops conducted, resulting in 133 citations and 46 warnings. Now, again, they didn't have dates, but I presume obviously over the Memorial Day weekend, there was law enforcement out all over the country, trying to keep the speeders at bay. But this busy summer travel season is just getting underway. So, good morning to Dan. How was your Memorial Day weekend?
I worked through it, Steve. Unfortunately, I didn't. I guess I could have tried to get out of it, I suppose, but whatever. But we've become so accustomed to just saying work, and you work. So. But anyway, I was calling because, I don't know how any person who cares about the truth cannot see that this guy Biden is a narcissist and he's a proven liar. But to go to, he had a double hitter there. He went to the West Point graduation, and he lied. So those graduates will always remember they shouldn't, but they'll remember about their graduation that the President of the United States, the person they're sworn to follow, the Commander-in-Chief, lied at their commencement series. He put an asterisk. He put a mark on it. And saying that he was given and he was going to go to the Naval Academy, I don't get it. He's at the Army, West Point, But it's like it's like you don't celebrate too much because I turned down what you worked your ass off for 4 years to achieve. I mean, there's something wrong with a person like that. And it's called narcissism, and it's called a liar. And the other thing was that I didn't know about that till I heard it from Knucklebuster, that he went to the Tomb of the Unknown, which is hollow. That's hollow ground for every American. That's the people that lost their lives. So many times didn't have to because of the endless wars. But they lost their lives. They followed their country. And to go there and mar that speech, diss that speech, piss on it if you want, by lying about your son. As he said, he died of cancer. He didn't die in the line of duty, which is what the holiday is about. It's not even about all veterans. It's about those who lost their lives, gave up their lives. And it makes my blood boil. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, What else can we trash in this country? Right to life, gone. Right, Steve? Truthfulness in elections, gone. So we have one day, Memorial Day. We have one day for this year's class of the West Point graduates, and he mars both of them with a lie. And everybody knows it's a lie. And it's not funny. People start laughing, saying, well, Roger Staubach, did you hear about what he said, or you discussed it enough that you don't even want to listen anymore? But he basically said that he didn't go to West Point because he was going to have to be the receiver for Roger Staubach.
I missed
Roger
that.
Staubach, he said and that guy before him, Bergoni, who was the only Heisman winner from the Naval Academy. And he said both of them were going to be there, and he was going to play with them, and he didn't want to be the receiver for Roger Staubach. Well, probably people are sitting there wondering, what's he even talking about? Because Roger Staubach graduated from the Naval Academy in 1961. Biden graduated from high school in 1961. So he can't even keep his lies straight. So Roger Staubach was going, I think he was an aviator. He's from Cincinnati, isn't he, Steve? I think he is. That Rogers, is that where he's from?
I'm not certain. That kind of rings a bell, yeah.
Yeah, so he was off to be the pilot in the Navy when Idiot was getting into whatever college would take him. Of course, he turned down the Naval Academy. And it's just, I don't find it funny. I mean, this guy, to show you what white trash they are, I didn't know this. In 2022, he borrowed $15,000 against his house. Okay, well, people borrow money against, their homes. The President of the United States, and you have to go borrow $15,000 on a second mortgage? what the hell? Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he can't pay them. I mean, they're running out of money right now. You know, the game is over with as far as shaking down foreign leaders, if you want to call them leaders, foreign government people for money. The game's over with, so I guess they're running out of money. But nothing frustrates me more than somebody to sit there and lie and ruin the day. All of those people at West Point, you know, this is this is one of the highlights of their lives and their families. And what does he do? He goes and talks about himself. So I just thought I'd give a call in because
It seems like it always.
And by the way,
it always has to be. You know, he twisted back on. Like every time he's speaking after whether it's a disaster. Remember the people that died from a fire or whatever, and he said, "Yeah, I had a fire in my kitchen." It's always about him.
Well, yeah, he's got to make a personal connection. And number one, if there was a truthful, if you showed up at something, Steve, I know you after every night of listening to you when you're on. You know, you're not going to sit and say, yeah, I had something like that. I lost a family member that way, too. No, we don't care that you lost. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This is these people's grief. It's their loved one. But he's got to make a personal connection, and he can't make a personal connection because he doesn't have one, so he invents one. And, he's evil enough, and I'm not going to call this guy feeble. You know, people do that, and that's going to be his out. But this guy's evil enough to go to the tomb of the unknown. And if you could compare the speeches that President Trump gave there, nothing about himself or his family or anything else, but he goes there and he starts talking about he had a son who was in the military. Here's the way his idiot brain thinks, his evil brain thinks. Okay, I have a son. This is military. All right. He died. These people died. So my son died. These people died, and I'm going to bring him up because that's my pain, to show them I'm just like them. Well, no, you're not just like them. Your son didn't die fighting for the country. He got cancer. It's just, honestly, I don't know how anybody could vote for him. And I know that I have some people that I know of that are voting for him, and I just basically distance. Why? And they look at me like, well, I said, look, I'm sorry, but this would be like if somebody inflicted a tragedy upon my family and you sided with the person who did it, and then all of a sudden, this isn't a joke, as he always says, no joke. Well, this is a guy that literally is going to ruin this country if there's anything left for Donald Trump to save. And as far as that military thing, about that Quantico base, the Marine base Quantico, well, that keeping it or, looking at if the investigation's going on and all this, okay, I could buy that, but I don't trust the government. As you said, this isn't two Jordanians. These people came here illegally, and it proves what a disaster this border's been under Joseph Biden. So I don't trust it. If they say, well, we're in the midst of the negotiation, as a friend of mine said, who was a U.S. attorney one time, he says, well, when we're investigating somebody, we let that dog hunt the rabbit. In other words, we'll let it go further to see how far this goes. Well, true, that could make sense, but we're talking the same government that dispatched FBI agents to go tell the people at social media executives squash the Hunter Biden laptop story. We know it's true, but we're going to say it's not true. So do I trust them? No, I don't. And it's probably what you said. I think you said that these people crossed the border and there was a political. But, on the other hand, Steve, I like you have, and I have active in now in the military, these people are so afraid to speak up. I mean, honestly, this is what it's gotten to be. They're so afraid to speak up that, you know what I'm saying, to classify, they're Jordanians or whatever else they are. They don't know if they're going to get jammed up on this. And I mean, somebody has decided to squash the story. And if something would have happened, well, then it'd come out or whatever it is. But, no, I don't trust them to keep it quiet. Unless they were, as I said, letting to see how far this goes or investigating if there are others in the country. I'll give them a little bit of a break on that, but not much. But anyway, my weekend though, how was yours, by the way? Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I had a good weekend, all said and done. You got to do several fun things and good food, lots of beers. So that's back to the old grind now.
One positive thing, I think they got the message of no Memorial Day sales. You remember them? That used to be out, everything from mattresses to cars and stuff like that. I don't see that as much anymore. So maybe they got the message that this is a holiday that you don't capitalize on. I mean, I didn't see any. Maybe you did, but they used to have these huge Memorial Day sales. And I really think, and I've noticed, and I won't buy something on a Memorial Day sale. I mean, I won't. I mean, that's just that's a Biden type deal, Okay, Memorial Day, let's capitalize on it. People are off work. Well, I won't, but I did not notice those as much. I don't know about you up in Cincinnati, but I haven't noticed them that much. So I haven't noticed any. I haven't, the big signs that they'd have in the windows and stuff like that. So maybe people are, because, and I will never mention the person's name that was on Friday. He goes nameless from now on after what he said. But this is a day that this is as I call it, a hallowed day. And we should be very, at some point, to reflect upon those people. And I think about them, and I know people who I graduated with who lost their lives at 18 years, 19 years old. And Tet, I know two people that lost their lives in Tet. And one was a good friend, the other was just somebody I knew of and talked to. But so, and we've all lost family members, or not family members, but people from that. This should be the day that it's reserved for that. And I'll say one thing about that call Friday: when somebody shows themselves to you, you better well believe it.
Well, I'm glad we were able to sneak in another call or two before the end of that show, because that would have been a crappy way to have headed into the weekend. Recall, it was pretty close. Thank you much. Dan, have a great morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm trying to think, how many times have we ever covered a story where it appears like everyone in the trucking industry is on the same page? From OOIDA to the ATA to the CVSA to the truck safety advocate groups. I mean, that is the case here. The bipartisan bill to fight back against freight fraud. And we touched on this a couple times last week, but obviously OOIDA is lending their support to this. Last Thursday, they sent an email to their 150,000 members asking them to contact your representatives and ask them to support H.R. 8505. It's called the Household Goods Shipping Consumer Protection Act, which goes a long way to protect truck drivers as well, they say. It would restore and codify the FMCSA's authority to issue civil penalties against bad actors. It also requires brokers, freight forwarders, and carriers to provide a valid business address to the FMCSA before acquiring operating authority. Small business truckers are victimized via unpaid claims, unpaid loads, double brokered loads, or load phishing schemes every day. Yet current DOT practices restrict fraud enforcement, enable the bad actors to operate with immunity, and force out drivers who want to build sustainable trucking careers. We encourage our members, contact your lawmakers, ask them to support H.R. 8505. And you can be... That can be easily done by going to the fightingfortruckers.com website. You can find your representative just by entering your zip code, and a message of support can be sent in a matter of minutes. But yeah, freight fraud, a huge problem in the trucking industry. Now, like I said, in addition to OOIDA, the bill is endorsed by the Transportation Intermediaries Association, the American Trucking Association, the Moving and Storage Conference, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies, the CVSA, and the Institute for Safer Trucking, and Road Safe America. I'm hearing absolutely zero opposition. Like I said, how often does that happen? If ever. That should sail right through Congress. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden acknowledged the enduring pain felt by those who've lost loved ones who served in the U.S. military this Memorial Day.
We gather at this sacred place, at this solemn moment, to remember, to honor the sacrifice of the hundreds of thousands of women and men who've given their lives for this nation.
Speaking at the 156th National Memorial Day observance at Arlington National Cemetery, he honored the fallen, emphasizing that those interred in military cemeteries are united by their dedication to the ideals of the United States. Prior to his speech, Biden participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Court is not in session today in observance of Memorial Day, giving former President Donald Trump a break from his hush money trial in New York City. Closing arguments in that case are scheduled for Tuesday. 7 people have died, more than 60 were injured after a tornado struck a Texas community late Saturday. Officials report that the National Weather Service confirmed the tornado, which hit Cook County north of Dallas. Governor Greg Abbott and local officials stated that the tornado, with winds reaching 135 miles per hour, destroyed homes and businesses in Cook, Denton, and Collin counties. The head of the World Health Organization expressed confidence that a deal can be reached on a proposed pandemic treaty. WHO member states have been negotiating for over 2 years to establish new rules for pandemic response. However, they failed to agree on a draft deal last week. The potential treaty has faced some resistance, exemplified by a truck near the UN headquarters in Geneva displaying a sign that read, "No to the pandemic treaty, stop the UN power grab." And Hall of Fame basketball star and commentator Bill Walton has died at the age of 71. He passed away after battling cancer. Walton won 2 NBA championships during his career. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The threat of severe weather extended to the East Coast Monday, potentially impacting more than 70 million people from the south to the northeast. Strong storms expected with tornadoes possible in areas from eastern North Carolina to eastern Pennsylvania, including cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Additionally, heavy rainfall that could lead to flooding is anticipated in parts of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. 4 young girls are expected to recover, but a man is now facing charges after reportedly stabbing them in a Massachusetts movie theater. Police identified the suspect as Jared Revisa. They described it as a seemingly random attack. Revisa then allegedly left the scene and stabbed 2 workers at a McDonald's in Plymouth about an hour later. Revisa's been charged with assault with intent to murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Tennis superstar Rafael Nadal has been eliminated from the French Open after losing in the first round. Nadal was defeated by Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets on Monday. Following the match, Nadal remarked that there is a strong possibility this was his final appearance at the French Open. Mike Tyson is reportedly doing great after experiencing a health scare on a flight from Miami to Los Angeles. According to his representatives, Tyson became dizzy and nauseous due to an ulcer flare-up just before landing. Medics had to board the aircraft upon arrival. And Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, triumphed over the Garfield movie at the Memorial Day weekend box office. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And we return on not a Monday, but a Tuesday. It kind of feels like Monday. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Glad you made it through so you could join us again here. As we turn the page on the calendar, 28th day of May. Wow, June knocking on the door. In most cases, the kids are now out of school. Summer travel season underway. Officially. All right, don't be picking up any strangers. These guys are probably out there looking for a ride and wanting to get out of Dodge. There were 4 initially that escaped over the weekend. 2 were apprehended yesterday, Monday. This is in the state of Louisiana. Let's see. The chief, Jimmy Travis, told reporters that 21-year-old Trayvon Johnson and 19-year-old Avery Guidry were detained Monday morning in Hammonds, a city about 45 miles east of Baton Rouge. They were actually in a dumpster behind a Dollar General store. Let me see here. There are 2 that remain on the loose. And this is kind of odd over the holiday weekend. 2 escaped on Saturday afternoon. The other 2 escaped on Sunday. Apparently, the inmates were able to create a hole in a corroded section of a chain-link fence that surrounds the facility. Then they climbed over 2 walls. They only learned of the escape Sunday about 3:30 in the afternoon when a relative contacted the warden to say 2 of the men had gone to a relative's house looking for a place to stay. Police then learned 2 others had escaped during their investigation. Somebody screwed up at the jail there. Travis, the sheriff, said it's very concerning. If the proper head counts had been conducted, we would have known about it immediately. He described the escape as a failure. Several issues that facilitated the jailbreak: inadequate inmate supervision and barriers. They also were short-staffed, and they have a high turnover rate that the facility sees means the staff they do have is oftentimes inexperienced. Now, I said we had a failure within that we hope to correct. Learn from our mistakes and move forward. They have begun correcting issues with the barriers. They've added additional razor wire that'll be installed to the 2 exterior walls. And if I have to go up there this afternoon or tomorrow and start stringing razor wire, I'll be happy to do it myself to ensure we don't have this situation again. So they're still searching for, I believe there's Amarian Hookfin, 19 years old, and Jamarcus Cyprian, 20 years old. Those 2 are still on the lam. Yeah, they believe the inmates have fled. I can't pronounce these parish names. Tagimbaho Parish. Warning, anyone who assists them will face charges as well. They call it aiding and abetting or whatever. So I guess the first family member's house they went to did the right thing and said, no, get the hell out of here. I'm not getting myself in trouble to protect you, right? And notified authorities immediately. And 5-7, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. Oh, not a whole lot. Wanted to comment on a few things, little things. That story about a cop standing in a construction zone, out of uniform, wearing construction equipment, zapping people as they go by. They called them forward. It's not about writing tickets. It's about compliance. Fool, put a freaking uniform on. All right, let them see you're there with a radar gun, and let them slow down, because how in the world is that safe for Wally down for a half mile down through the construction zone if they don't slow down when they go past you, and then they go whizzing through there at 60 on a 45, and you hit a Snyder egg, and you have to bump that thing and knock somebody in the head till they're stone cold dead, just so you can write a ticket on the other end. Sorry, I got police officers in my family, dirty, filthy. This is Roscoe P. Coltrane with a styrofoam fire plug. Bull crap that they come up with this stuff. But they sit around thinking this is a good idea. Okay, and now put that one aside. About military. Listen, the whole thing about the military when I was in there is the lower rates have to make sure whoever's in charge of them don't make them look bad. So, yeah, the fact that they had an attack on the base and they didn't have everybody know to look around and see, and make sure, training. If you see something that ain't supposed to be there, a box or a box truck that's not being just parked in an unusual spot. So that's, I'm sorry that the commander of that base needs to be out of there. They got plenty of people to take over. And now on the good point, watching Meekham's auto auction Monday, pardon me. I'm so screwed up. Monday, and guess what I seen? They had Staybill was one of the sponsors, and they had was advertising in there. So thank you, Staybill, Golden Eagle, for supporting Meekham's auto auction. And then here's the clinker. They roll out a 1964 Ford blue, just an everyday 4-door sedan. It had a rack on the top with a 10-speed bike on one side and a surfboard on the other side. And when it got to the display, They opened up, and I'm waiting to see this big V8 engine. They opened up the hood, and here it's an ice chest. It's full of ice, and it's got sodas in there. Here, this thing's converted into an EV. So I forget what it's sold for. Now, if you want to sell EV, that's how you do it. If I've got to drive an electric car, I will do it in style. But I was surprised to see that. Other than that, hey, guys, just slow down in these construction zones. You would be surprised down here in Savannah. It's 45 miles an hour, and I'm doing 45 miles an hour because the cops do sit in the dark, and they will stop you if they want to, and that fines are doubled and points are doubled in construction zones, day or night, and I'm not losing my license. But good Lord, the people that will pass me on a double yellow line, rumble strip in the middle, and truckers, cars, you name it. But I guess their license come cheap. Oh yeah, and I did finally get a sleep study, and it's going to be in July 30th. Okay, that means I've had a month extension, a 3-month extension. Now I got to go get another extension to cover that. But right there on Friday, I get a note from the federal court system in South Carolina about jury duty. So,
boy.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, you must have heard me saying something. Other than that, it's 5-7, living life as best we can. I bet. Over and out.
Thank you, 5-7. Okay. Yeah, Shorty, several interesting tidbits he's throwing my way this morning, as he always does. We all recall. Remember the Ocean Gate? They called it the submersible, the submarine that imploded, and they spent several days trying to find it and all that. A year or two ago. Somebody wants to try again in the realm of deep sea adventures, where billionaires seem to have a knack for daring, or is it reckless? Larry Connor, an Ohio real estate tycoon, has announced his latest escapade, plunging to the depths of the Titanic wreck in a shiny new submersible. Because apparently, if you got billions of dollars, the next logical step is to play the Titanic tourist, right? Connor, hailing from Dayton, Ohio, has teamed up with Patrick Leahy, the co-founder of Triton Submarines, to prove that deep-sea exploration is not as perilous as it seems, despite some pretty compelling evidence to the contrary. Their mission is to take a 2-person submersible more than 12,400 feet down to the iconic shipwreck. I want to show people worldwide that while the ocean is extremely powerful, it can be wonderful and enjoyable and really kind of life-changing if you go about it the right way, he says. Because, nothing screams wonderful and enjoyable like hurtling toward the ocean floor in a pressurized metal tube, right? The sub of choice is the Triton 4002 Abyssal Explorer, a $20 million gadget that Connor swears can make the trip safely and repeatedly. Yeah, Leahy's been dreaming up this design for over a decade, and according to Connor, we finally have the technology to make it happen. You could not have built this sub 5 years ago, he says. Okay. Of course, because that's exactly what the world needs right now. More billionaires testing the limits of just because we can. It is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Pappy. Did you have to work over the weekend or did you get some time off?
I got some time off, Steve.
All right. We didn't know.
Yeah. No, I worked Wednesday, Thursday. I got the weekend off. Kelly day today. Vacation day tomorrow.
Wow.
Off Wednesday, Thursday. And got a little vacation coming, Steve. Got the next 3 weeks off, so how about that?
Well, you're playing a monkey gouger then.
I'll play monkey gouger, man. Except for I'll call in, man. You know. You need a co-host, man, to keep you awake, let me know. Oh, man, listen. I think Dan's up for the big cookie, the first caller of the week. Pretty good call. I mean, what can you say about the big guy, Steve? What can you say, man? It's just shame, man. I'll let his word speak for himself. He couldn't have said it any better. Man, Steve, back to this Trump trial. I'll tell you what, man, if there's any one of these juries, any of them, that have any kind of sense of dignity, integrity, morals, I mean, whatever you want to call it. Steve, I think I called it a couple of weeks ago where I said, I don't think they're going to find them guilty. There's got to be at least one person with some common sense on that jury. So we'll see, man. I'm telling you right now, if they find him guilty, shame, 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 Steve. It's, I don't know what else to say, man. I heard the transcripts of Michael Cohen's testimony, and man, oh man. I don't know if you heard any of this. Steve, I wasn't able to listen much of your show last 2 nights I was working. Man, we've been busy. It's just been crazy, but he admitted to stealing like $30,000 from Trump.
Yes, correct.
He admitted that he would make deals like this with Stormy without Trump's knowledge.
He admitted that he recorded Trump without his knowledge.
Yeah. Just unbelievable, man. So, I mean, we'll see what happens here. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard the defense rested on Friday, so I don't know, when they get back into court on tomorrow, on how long, or today, rather, I guess. I mean, if the jury's going to be out for deliberations here real soon, I would think this week, if at least the defense rested. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Can't go on much longer, I wouldn't think. So we should hear something, I'm thinking, this week.
I don't know how long. I mean, closing arguments are supposed to start today. So, I mean, does it take days for it, or just each side?
It's Steve. I mean, usually the longest one I've seen, I guess it was a pretty serious trial. It probably went on closing arguments for, I don't know, about an hour.
Okay.
Hour and a half. But this ain't your typical, I don't know. I can't see it going on for more than a day. I don't know. Wasn't in the courtroom. Can't really say, but they normally don't go on all that long. But we'll see. Hey, man, did you hear about this person they were calling a man that went around and stabbed all these little girls at the movie theater? One of them was a movie theater a couple nights ago. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, some sort of a trans activist or something.
Yeah. Well, supposedly it's transgender, but the media wants to call him a male. Steve, there was a 9-year-old girl. This person stabbed. One of them, a 9 8-year-old girl. You just shake your head and wonder, man. What'd you say? What the name of that billionaire that wants to go take a little dive in his little submersible?
Oh, Connor, I think his last name was Connor.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Leahy.
Well, it's Larry Connor, and then the developer of the sub is Patrick Leahy, which, wasn't there a senator or something by that name? But that's a different person. Yeah. The reason I remember him, oddly enough, is the Battle of Leahy Gulf in World War II was a pretty pronounced battle there. Well, yeah, I guess Memorial Day came and gone. I made a little post. I said, I hope that all the ones that gave the ultimate sacrifice can hear what I'm about to say. And all I said was, we, the ones that are still alive, will not let this country fall, man. We owe it to them not to let it go down in tubes, in flames. Try to preserve this freedom we have. All right, my man. Hey, that's really all I got. Little 5'7", man. He was a little worked up there, wasn't he? All right, so is it a fair question, Pappy? They're out there. They put you in a hard hat and a work vest in the construction zone. Is it in the name of safety? We all know that people that are speeding, if they see them blue bubbles, they're slowing down immediately. I guess the object of this is they want to catch the speeder. They say it's not about writing tickets, but that doesn't make sense. If you're disguising yourself to look like a construction worker, the premise is you're probably not going to slow down because you don't think it's a cop.
Man, I know in Ohio, Steve, when he was talking about the points doubling and fines increasing in a construction zone, construction workers have to be present. If there's no construction workers present, the fines do not double.
I wondered about that. Okay, because I've often thought, if you're going through somewhere at 3:00 in the morning and there's no activity, is it still, if it's posted as a construction zone at 55, is it technically still 55 if there's no workers there or not?
Yeah, even if there's no workers there, whatever they got that speed posted,
okay,
construction zone drops down to a 45 instead of a 65. It is 45.
Okay. But they're not doubled unless there's workers there.
Yes, in Ohio, the workers have to be present.
Gotcha.
And, a lot of times they get out there at night, Steve. When they were doing 74 here a couple of years ago, they were out there at night doing it. Not so much during the day. Get out there when the heat's not as bad, the traffic's not as bad. So yeah, they take it pretty serious, man. You don't, Steve, man. Let me tell you, I can't tell you how many times I've stopped a car on the highway, right, or been out on the highway for whatever reason, a crash, whatever. Now, Steve, it's scary, man. I'm telling you. When you're out there, these cars are whizzing by you and they don't slow down, man. It's just like, oh my God, I don't even do it anymore. Really, ever since I made sergeant, they don't really want us writing tickets anyway. But, I just stay off the highway, man. Maybe it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there ain't no traffic out there. I don't want my guys out there. Not during rush hour. Hell no. Okay, what are you doing, man? You crazy? You're going to cause a crash. But, all right. It is what it is. Everybody hammer down. Be safe, Steve. I appreciate you taking the call. Looks like the weather's going to be good here coming up, man, this week. So
thank you
for
chiming
open
in.
real quick?
No. We had company all weekend, so no, we had so much other stuff going on. Not yet. But that's going to be on like the priority list. It has to be, right? Get a news break here. And it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Hall of Fame basketball star and commentator Bill Walton has died at the age of 71. That's according to a statement from the NBA. He passed away after battling cancer. Walton, who won 2 NBA championships during his career, one with the Portland Trail Blazers, another with the Boston Celtics, leaves behind a storied legacy in the sport. The threat of severe weather extended to the East Coast Monday, potentially impacting over 70 million people from the south to the northeast. Strong storms are expected with tornadoes possible in areas from eastern North Carolina to eastern Pennsylvania, including cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Tennis superstar Rafael Nadal has been eliminated from the French Open after losing in the first round. Nadal was defeated by Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets on Monday. Following the match, Nadal remarked that there is a strong possibility this was his final appearance at the French Open. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65. And you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And we are back at 844-844-3388. And we kick off a brand new day as we close out the weekend. Hello to Rubber Duck. Says we went to our local Memorial Day service and they read the names of the veterans who had passed in the last year. I lost count at 100 people. And then you look around at who showed up and notice that the 20 to 35-year-olds did not attend the event. It's kind of sad, honestly, he says. Anyway, he's going to go back to bed, got some local loads to run coming up later this morning. Meanwhile, all right, Senior Heatwave, I believe. What are you saying? You've confused people, or what have you done?
No, thanks for taking me back, Senor. No, I wanted people to understand that Satan's sister is 13 and a half years older than me. I'm 57. Right now, she's 69. She'll be, how old is she now? I think she'll be 71 come June 5th of this year. If I would have known what kind of a battle axe she was going to wind up being, she should have been born on June 6th, 1953.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, I had just gotten back in from Spain and here at the Land of Entrapment here in New Mexico at Kirtland Air Force Base. And I had met her, and I thought she was 26. And a lot of us guys thought, yeah, she's a young pup. She's 26. We're good. Lo and behold, to find out she was 36 with 5 boys. The oldest of her sons was only 8 years younger than me. And then so she already had a basketball team there, and I wind up giving her 2 cheerleaders. Well, I tell you what, I wasn't thinking with the right head, I'll tell you that much right now.
Oops.
So, anyways, yeah, big oops. Oh, I'll tell you what, if I had a crystal ball, would I change things? Yeah and no. I mean, I've got 2 girls that I love, and I've got 5 grandchildren from one of them, but she don't like Grandpa or her daddy because of what her mama has told her. And the youngest one, I had to work a couple of years to earn her trust. But, yeah. So, yeah, she was probably, 16, 17 at the time. And I was, I mean, it's messed up. So, yeah, I'm 57, and she's 13 and a half years older than me. So that's how she was able to babysit little Al and babysit Eddie Munster. And how in the hell I got involved in it, like I said, thinking with the wrong head. But anyways, that was all I wanted to do. I wanted to clarify that so I wasn't considered Joe Biden-esque. You know?
Just making stuff up on the fly, man. It's make it up as you go.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want people to think that, and I still remember the names of her sons in order: Robert, Ryan, Roman, Russell, and Roger. Now, the number 4 kid, Russell, he died 2.5 years ago of a massive heart attack. I guess it was a widowmaker. They said he was dead before he hit the ground. But he was the most active of the 5. So, but yeah, that was bad. That was bad news. But anyways, I just wanted to clarify that so people didn't think I was fibbing. No, that was all true. All right. Well, I feel better now. Thank you, Senor. I sure appreciate it. You have yourself a good night. I'm going to Sin City, so we'll see what happens over there.
Don't leave all your money there. Yeah, they like to take that. All right, CNI Dog over the weekend, I believe, sent me a couple of tidbits. What is a DDL? And how would you use it? I'd never heard of one. Nowadays, almost nobody leaves their home without a smartphone, right? Almost. Especially not the 77 million millennials that live in the U.S. These mobile-first citizens are used to interacting with technology in their daily lives, and they've come to expect the same level of innovation from the Department of Motor Vehicles. A digital driver's license, or DDL, is a highly secure version of your physical driver's license or ID card stored on your smartphone. It's not a replacement for the actual card. Rather, it is a supplement to it. Similar to how credit cards, cash, and keys have all begun to evolve to find their place on our smartphones, a digital license on your device means you'll always have it, even if you left your wallet or your purse home. Now, once DDL has been implemented in your state, the enrollment process will be quite straightforward. It's easy. When you apply for a new license or a renewal, you'll select the DDL option. The DMV will have a process in place to pair your phone with your profile. You'll download an app on your smartphone, complete the pairing, and your DDL will be downloaded and stored securely on your device. I love how they use securely. Once downloaded, no one can access your DDL but you. The app is either PIN or fingerprint protected. I quite honestly don't have a whole lot of confidence in anything being secure on any electronic device, if you know what I mean. Now, they do say it'll be up to each state and local law enforcement agency to determine what procedure and methods work best within the existing protocol. The idea is that citizens will be able to present their DDL to law enforcement. Law enforcement will have access to all the information that they have from the physical card. Now, if you want to purchase age-restricted goods like alcohol, the cashier will ask to see your ID. They need to verify it's a valid ID, that you're above the age restriction, that you're indeed the rightful owner of the ID, as the face matches the picture. They don't need to see your full name, address, and other personal information. With a DDL, the cashier can scan your DDL and receive real-time confirmation that your ID is valid and you're above the age restriction. They'll also be able to perform a visual confirmation that you indeed are the person pictured on the DDL. When traveling through security at the airport, if you prefer to use your mobile device, you'll be able to seamlessly present your digital driver's license using your smartphone. This process is similar to scanning a mobile boarding pass. Airport security will be able to quickly, easily confirm the validity of the credential using a trusted document verification process. Again, I don't have much confidence. Anything and everything digital can be hacked. We know that because we talk about it every single day, but that's the future. All right, Philip on board as we, I don't know, are you starting a new week? You probably had a busy weekend anyway, didn't you?
Well, it was busy yesterday at the park. We've been really hot down here, and it's been kind of crazy. The daggone allergies are kicking my tail with it. But you were talking about the DDL. They've implemented it down here, Steve. So that's an option now. I guess for lack of a better way of saying it, I guess that little star thing didn't really work out, right, Steve?
Yeah, that was supposed to be, that's the TSA version, right? To be able to board planes and fly in and out of the country.
Yeah, and, it's one of them things down here. It's like when people get in an accident nowadays, and you think about it, how many people actually print their insurance card out anymore and keep a copy of it in their car? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like everything's got to go digital. So instead of being nervous and trying to go through your stuff and find your card, well, I got it on my phone, I can show them my phone. You know, same way with the driver's license. It's on my phone. I don't have to pull it out of my pocket and physically show them the card. You know, well, I guess I'm old school. I have a card. I actually have my registration for my tag in my car, which a lot of people, they don't do that. I mean, when you get pulled over, what do they ask you for? Your driver's license, your insurance card, and your registration. And a lot of people don't do that no more. They can't comprehend that deal. So now we got to kind of, I hate to say it for lack of a better way of saying it, we got to dumb it up where you can just use your telephone and just hear, but they don't realize that people can jack into your phone and take your information off of it, So, but that's the way it is. And if anybody's got their calendar out there, I heard the other day, June 5th, that's when the old Starship's going to take off. So we'll just have to sit and watch that thing roll and see what happens. And SpaceX was supposed to launch one yesterday over here, but they canceled it for some reason or another. I didn't really do a lot of research into that one, but we'll have to see if it gets off. It's supposed to go off this morning. Steve, I never thought, 80 degrees at 2:45 in the morning. I wonder what our high is going to be like today out here. It's going to be interesting. And by the way, if anybody's watching the weather, we got two waves out there. We got one that came off Africa. It's about halfway over almost to Venezuela now. We got another one that's over Nicaragua. So, and the water over there by Jamaica is sitting about 85 degrees right now. So let's just see if we get anything out of any of this stuff. So, I don't know. Other than that, it's a great day down here. How's it going up in Ohio there, buddy?
Hi, all things said and done, we had a few storms over the weekend. We didn't have to contend with any of the real nasty stuff like so many others did, but I guess we're count our blessings.
Oh, absolutely. Count your blessings every day. I mean, even with this weather we're having down here, I'm counting my blessings with it because right now there's a lot of folks that are in Rogers, Arkansas that are picking up a lot of things that don't need to be picked up. I mean, there's a lot of people that lost their houses out in Rogersville, Bentonville area. And it could be a lot worse. So you just take it day by day, and that's about it. And Steve, if you got time to do any Googling, I'm not going to talk about it because it's a long thing, but just check out the articles on what our governor just changed. He changed the climate control language that's in legislation down here. If you get time, Google that. Florida governor changes language on climate change. And it's a very interesting article. It's a long article. I don't want to really get into it. I ain't got time for that, and I know y'all don't do either this morning. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. Y'all take it easy, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Thank you much, Phillips. Safe travels the rest of your journey in to get another day started. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So we're kind of counting down the weeks to our local big air show of the summer, 50th anniversary for the Dayton, Ohio Air Show. So like I said, looking forward to that. Interesting over the weekend. Someone threw this my way. See it now because it might not be noticed when it's in the air. The Air Force has released new pictures of its B-21 Raider, a nuclear-armed stealth bomber. The first new American bomber in more than 30 years. It is one of 6 in production, according to USA Today. The secretive aircraft has taken to the skies over California for testing, and sleek new pictures show it in flight. The flight test program is proceeding well, according to the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition earlier this month. It's doing what flight test programs are designed to do, which is helping us learn about the unique characteristics of this platform, but in a very, very effective way. Each new B-21 Raider has a cost of roughly $700 million, according to the latest estimates. That's up from the initial cost of $500 million per plane in 2010. The Air Force contract with Northrop Group calls for at least 100 new bombers. The B-21 Raiders, named in honor of the Doolittle Rangers, a group of Air Force pilots known for their surprise attack against Japan, April of 1942, that forced Japan to recall combat forces for home defense and boosted morale among Americans. The 21 figure recognizes the first bomber of the century. The B-21 Raider will be a component of a larger family of systems for conventional long-range strike, including intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, electronic attack, communication, and other capabilities, according to the briefing from the Air Force. It will be nuclear capable and designed to accommodate manned or unmanned operations. Additionally, it will be able to employ a broad mix of standoff and direct attack munitions. Plan is for this newest bomber to replace the B-1 and B-2 models. Okay. Pretty fascinating stuff. $700 million a plane, and looking to build 100 such planes. Little chunk of change there. Well, Brain Dead, it's your Friday, finally.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Little R&R, you know, me and the Ningy one, you know, that took all that we could to get it done. And it took a little bit longer than what we were planning on, but still, you know, close one chapter, open another. But, you know, you're reading that story about that digital license. I don't know who thought up of that, but they obviously need their head examined. I mean, honestly, you're going to put that information on your phone, and if you're as clumsy as Dingbat is, because she'd lose her mind if it wasn't even attached. She could lose a phone, car keys, anything. And you're going to set that down. How quick could somebody pick that up and run with it and literally steal your identity? I mean, she tried to put some credit cards on her Apple wallet because she's got an iPhone like I do. And I told her why. All you're going to do is put your information out there, not just to be hacked, but you know, you set your phone down on the table at a restaurant or at the gas station or whatever. It's gone. I mean, yeah, you get the $50 limit. Yeah, it's going to take a while for you to shut them off, but you can't just call the state of Ohio and say, "Hey, my cell phone's been stolen. I need to lock my license down." They're going to look at you and laugh. Plus, too, Steve, 2 years ago, you know, Dingbat's celebrating 2 years accident-free this weekend because she decided to total out my pickup truck 2 years ago. And down here in DeSoto County, they will not honor anything on a cell phone. It has to be a hard copy because it's one of their little city ordinances that they must have.
Well, if you were paying attention to the story, it says once you've downloaded your digital driver's license, it's not accessible to anyone else but you, because it is either PIN or fingerprint protect. Now, fingerprint one thing, but I mean, people hack pins every day, don't they?
Exactamundo. Exactly. The technology's changing, but I don't trust these devices anymore.
Yep.
I mean, it's so easy to manipulate them if you know what you're doing. And speaking of knowing what you're doing, I know you hadn't heard from Gilligan in a while, but have you heard what he's up to these days?
Actually, no. I've been kind of wondering what he got. I don't think we heard from him at all last week.
Well, buddy, I tell you what, you know how popular that Taylor Swift is, you know, whatever her name is, the one that dating that football player dude. Well, he is her biggest fan. I mean, literally, he's an impersonator now of Taylor Swift. He calls his name Trailer Park Swift, believe it or not. And he's got his own little gig coming up, and he's going on tour.
Oh, go
Oh,
on.
yeah, but he's going to be coming to a city.
Trailer Park Swift on tour. Okay.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Over 70 million people from the south up to the northeast could see strong storms. Tornadoes remain a possibility from eastern North Carolina all the way up to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Meanwhile, heavy rain could also lead to flooding in parts of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. This comes after severe weather has killed at least 21 people in the United States this Memorial Day weekend. President Biden spent part of his Memorial Day taking part in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. The president also delivered remarks saying he remembers those who lost their lives serving their country.
Decade after decade, tour after tour, these warriors fought for our freedom and the freedom of others. Because freedom has never been guaranteed. Every generation has to earn it, fight for it, defend it in battle between autocracy and democracy.
This as politics remains front and center for many Americans. USA's Ryan Daniels has the latest.
While Democratic politicians lean on abortion as a top election year issue, Republican politicians continue to hammer the immigration issue home. Florida Republican Byron Donalds, on with Fox News Sunday, said the country is suffering. Donalds believes the more rigid approach earlier by the Trump administration was more effective.
Donald Trump had this border secured when he was president of the United States. When Joe Biden came in, the first thing he did was rip up Trump's border policies.
He said Republicans need to end the so-called catch and release program and reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy.
Hall of Fame basketball star and TV commentator Bill Walton is dead at the age of 71 after a long battle with cancer. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
There's still no end in sight for the Israel-Hamas war. USA's Corey Myers has the latest.
The war in Gaza rages on. At least 35 people were killed in an Israeli strike on a refugee camp in Rafah. The Israeli military saying it hit a Hamas compound in the area, killing 2 senior officials from that militant group. Parts of central Israel were hit by rockets for the first time in months. Hamas claiming responsibility for that attack. Ceasefire talks are supposed to resume tomorrow between Israel and Hamas.
2 Republican-led House committees are advancing their resolution to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt, but the measure may not have a lot of support when it heads for a full vote on the House floor. California Republican Congressman Darrell Issa joins Fox News and explains what the goal of the resolution is.
What we're trying to do is assert appropriately congressional authority, and that goes back and forth between Republicans and Democrats should be voting with Republicans. If they want some particular protection, assert it.
The move comes after the White House used executive privilege over the audio and video recordings of special counsel Robert Hur's interviews with President Biden as part of an investigation into his handling of classified documents. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Alrighty, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast and close out your Memorial Day weekend. Trust you had a good weekend. So it's a Tuesday morning. And for most it's back to work time. Back to the old grind, 28th day of May. Coming up this hour, we'll delve into the latest on electric vehicles. A recent study from the University of Michigan shedding light on a critical challenge facing the global transition to electric vehicles. It is the inability of copper mining to keep pace with the growing demand. Okay? We just ain't got enough of the raw materials. First, let me get back to... Yeah, we left off with Trailer Park Swift, I think it was.
Yeah, Steve, thanks for holding me over. But no, they supposedly sent you a copy of the rehearsal video. I guess you didn't get it because, you would actually, trust me, we showed that video to 13 1/3 midget rodeo clowns, and let's just say the sewer system was overwhelmed, so we had to do a little renovations here. But just fair warn you if you happen to get the video in the mail, because I tell you what, Steve, he needs to stick to the GMAB Enterprises of fleecing. I mean, helping sell products at a discounted price, Steve. But other than that, buddy, you have a good weekend, and we'll holler at you later.
Very good there. All right, you have a good week. Or I actually enjoy your weekend, because once he gets through with this morning shift, you got a couple of days off. Oh, let me see here. Been a while since we've heard from the Grump, and just checked my email. He chimed in here a few minutes ago. What do we have going on this morning, Grump? Steve, I was looking at some old military photos from years ago and saw one of myself. All I could think of was, wow, no gray hair, no glasses, no cancer, no worries. And then I got to thinking about what I would do if I could turn the clock back 30 years. I think the only thing I would do different is maybe be a bit more patient. Maybe give Mom an extra hug and laugh a little harder at one of my dad's goofy jokes. It's amazing how you see people come and go in your life, how the people you love and care about are here and gone in a blink. How you gave little thought about tomorrow and thought a good belly laugh could cure just about everything. And when you think of all those things you've done, the places and things you've seen, none of it tops another hug and a goofy joke. I've heard people say 1,000 times, if I could turn the clock back. But it was usually to correct a wrong. Everything I've done wrong in my life, I own. It was either a poor decision or just hard-headedness. And the things I've gotten right come from getting things wrong and learning from it. Now, the good stuff with my age is knowing we had the best cars, the best music, catching lightning bugs, remembering your first kiss, and drinking a cold Pony Miller for the first time. Life just blows by so fast. We barely have time to appreciate it. I used to hope I'd live forever. Not anymore. I know I'm on the downslope of life, and I'm reminded of it every time I look in the mirror. I also know that when I take my last breath, I'll be doing so that I've loved every minute of it, and one more hug and laughing a little harder at a goofy joke is my only regrets. Just my opinion. All right, Grump. Hey, it's good to hear from you. Yeah, that's. At what point do you realize they say, 70's the new 50, 50's the new, you hear all this, but every passing day we're not getting any younger, are we? Okay, see what Vic has on his mind. Hey, good morning, Vic. Are you with us? Are you with me? Okay, Vic may have dropped off. He might have dozed off. But it is 844. Either that or he might have had the phone muted. That's happened a time or two. All right, so we've got, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Engineering and Technology reports that copper, a crucial component in electricity generation, distribution, and storage, is fundamental to the successful implementation of policies aimed at promoting the adoption of EVs. However, a recent study from the University of Michigan entitled Copper Mining and Vehicle Electrification has revealed the current rate of copper production is not sufficient to meet the projected demand in the coming years. According to global data, there are over 709 operational copper mines in the world, with the Escondida mine in Chile being the largest, producing an estimated 882,100 tons of copper just last year. Despite that seemingly huge output, the rapid pace of electrification globally is outstripping the mining industry's ability to keep up. Matter of fact, the authors state, we show in the paper, the amount of copper needed is essentially impossible for mining companies to produce. The Michigan study highlights the fact that an EV requires 3 to 5 times more copper than traditional gas or diesel cars, not to mention the additional copper needed for upgrades to the electrical grid. A normal Honda Accord needs about 40 pounds of copper. The same battery electric Honda Accord needs almost 200 pounds of copper. Now, we've analyzed 120 years of global data on copper production dating back to 1900 and modeled the likely copper production for the remainder of the century, compared this with the projected copper requirements for the U.S. electricity infrastructure and the vehicle fleet to transition to renewable energy. Conclusion: renewable energy's copper needs would exceed the current production capacity of the copper mines. Between now and the year 2050, the world will need to mine 115% more copper than has been mined in all of human history up to the year 2018, just to meet current copper needs without even considering the green energy transition. Wow. To meet the copper demands of electrifying the global vehicle fleet, as many as 6 new large copper mines must be brought online every year over the next several decades, with about 40% of that production from these new mines for being required for EV-related grid updates. Studies suggest instead of fully electrifying the U.S. fleet, focusing on manufacturing hybrid vehicles might be a more feasible approach. We know, for example, that a Toyota Prius actually has a slightly better impact on climate than a Tesla. Instead of producing 20 million EVs in the U.S. and globally, 100 million battery EVs each year, would it be more feasible to focus on building 20 million hybrid vehicles? As many have said, hybrid appears to be the way to go, but it is 844-844-3388 as we kick off a new week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, in the trucking industry, carriers who haul hazardous materials could soon see rates increasing for the Federal Registration and Fee Assessment Program. In a notice of proposed rulemaking published in the Federal Register last Friday, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration announced proposed changes to the National Hazardous Materials Transportation Registration and Fee Program. Since 2010, the annual registration fee has been set at $250 for small businesses and not-for-profit organizations, and at $2,575 for large businesses. A $25 processing fee is assessed for all registrants. Under this proposal, fees for small businesses and not-for-profit organizations would increase to $375 annually. Fees for large businesses would increase by $425 to $3,000 a year, the maximum allowed by current federal statutes. Now, carriers can pay up to 3 years of registration fees in advance for those who've paid for years that may be impacted by the proposed changes. They said, if approved, additional fees may be required for registration years paid in advance at the lower levels, in effect at the time of the payment. Now, the comment period is officially underway. You have through August 22nd to comment on the rulemaking at the regulations.gov website. You need the docket number. This is always crucial. You go to regulations.gov, then you would search the docket number PHMSA-2022-0033. Now, I said the purpose is to fund the Hazardous Materials Emergency Preparedness Grants Program and any additional related activities and gather information regarding the transportation of hazmat. In 2021, the infrastructure law increased the amount of funding for the grants by $18.5 million. That created a substantial gap in the available dollars for the program and leaving the agency responsible for finding ways to make up the difference. So that always means, well, they got to charge somebody, right? Yeah, the total funds from all registrants, excluding processing fees, were approximately $24.6 million for the years 22 and 23, well short of the $46.8 million specified for emergency preparedness grants in the infrastructure law. To achieve full funding of the grants program at the increased amount, we will need to adjust the fees for the National Hazardous Materials Transportation Registration and Fee Program. Obviously, the impacts on small business truckers. September of 22, they submitted this advance notice of proposed rulemaking, kind of outlining several potential changes that could help adequately fund this program, citing concerns for the small business truckers, which comprise 79% of the hazardous material registrants that year. OOIDA filed comments in opposition. Most of OOIDA's members are single truck owner-operators who manage all aspects of their business operations. They said at the time, another increase in small business regulatory fees will further disadvantage individuals who, in many cases, are already operating on much thinner margins compared to the larger corporate carriers, right? Yeah, regardless of the opposition, the association acknowledged the need for the agency to increase fees to provide sufficient funding for the grant program. We agree with this direction. We'll continue working with the PHMSA and Congress moving forward. But we will not support any increase to existing fees on the small business truckers. All right, despite the attempt to spin a negative into a positive, the agency said they were ultimately constrained by the current statutory limits, but look at it, 23 past the hour. All right, let's see if take two for Vic. Hello, Vic.
Hey, Steve. I must have dozed off there for a bit. I didn't think I was that tired there because you said take two. But you were talking about they had some of these incursions into the military base. You were talking about Quantico. That's there in Virginia, and that's where they train the FBI, and that's where you have to go for Marine Officer Candidate School. Other than that, I don't know that much about it, but I know I passed it all the time, going down through there. I guess it was, I was trying to think a minute. Yeah, it's on 95 there. I should go down. And they usually have a regular truck gate. And I know most of the military bases, you have to go to the truck gate. So I don't know exactly what the whole procedure was there, but it sounds kind of odd that they would be driving a box truck and have to have a reason to go there. So it doesn't sound good, but with all this stuff that's going on now with people coming across the border and this suddenly organic protesting that sprang up all over the campuses and everything else, I don't believe that would happen just without some sort of organization. And the way they're going after the Israel and all that. And then over the weekend there, I seen where that Germany had joined in on some sort of a protest or joined a world court that what they call it, the International Criminal Court. And I thought, boy, that sounds odd for Germany to be protesting against Israel there and the way they're doing it in Gaza, which I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think the big fuss all started when they found out how large of a natural gas deposit they had there in Gaza and off the coast there with Gaza. And as I remember, Gaza refused to cooperate. I think it was Shell. That there was an agreement that Shell and Gaza was going to develop that, and for some reason Gaza didn't want to go along with that. So I'm not exactly sure. That's whenever all the stuff started there with whenever the Palestinians or Hamas flew in over into the Israeli. Well, it was a music festival, but I was trying to think a minute there. Anyway, it was one of the holy days for the Israeli people.
Correct.
And why exactly the world jumped all over Israel for defending themselves and trying to get the hostages back, and Biden constantly berating Israel is an absolute mystery to me, because and there were even Americans in the hostages, which makes it even worse. So I don't know whether Biden is just that mentally incompetent or he's lost it or what, but it's kind of a frightening thing to think we have somebody like that leading our country there. But I know with Biden, I don't know if he makes up stories all the time about stuff or what, but in a way it is kind of humorous. In other words, it's very frightening that somebody like that would be in charge of our country, because I know the leaders, with him in the leadership position, we've lost all of our deterrent capability. And that is not a good thing when you lose all your deterrent capabilities. But the other thing I was going to mention real quick, I went to my high school reunion banquet thing over the weekend there, and I was amazed. There was an individual there that his son was an MP, and he had went to Somalia and got blown up with an IED, and he was kind of bitter about that still. And there was a woman there whose husband had been in Vietnam, and he died because of Agent Orange. And I couldn't believe that after all these years, how bitter she was. And she doesn't do anything like, like ashes stand and all that stuff for the.
Mm-hmm. On the memorial. Okay, I got you. We got to pause there.
USA News Update. Hall of Fame basketball star and commentator Bill Walton has died at the age of 71. That's according to a statement from the NBA. He passed away after battling cancer. Walton, who won 2 NBA championships during his career, one with the Portland Trail Blazers, another with the Boston Celtics, leaves behind a storied legacy in the sport. The threat of severe weather extended to the East Coast Monday, potentially impacting over 70 million people from the south to the northeast. Strong storms are expected with tornadoes possible in areas from eastern North Carolina to eastern Pennsylvania, including cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Tennis superstar Rafael Nadal has been eliminated from the French Open after losing in the first round. Nadal was defeated by Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets on Monday. Following the match, Nadal remarked that there is a strong possibility this was his final appearance at the French Open. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65. And you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Pulled up a couple of other breakdowns of the story for whatever reason they really didn't want in the news. This one from the Center for Immigration Studies. Now, going back to the 2 Jordanian foreign nationals that are in ICE custody right now, after trying to breach Marine Corps Base Quantico in Virginia earlier this month. Fox News has confirmed the rumors that have been swirling around D.C. for the past week that one of these individuals was in the United States as a foreign student. Now, the administration has been very quiet about the immigration status of the 2 Jordanians, haven't disclosed their names, originally saying only that they are pending removal proceedings. Now Fox News is confirming one of these illegals actually crossed the border on April the 8th of this year, just literally weeks ago, in the San Diego sector, and was released with a notice to appear. The other was already in the country as a foreign student, raising many questions about why 2 individuals with very different modes of entry were in communication and decided to attempt entry onto the military base together. This illustrates how every part of the immigration system is susceptible to fraud, and how this administration's border policies and interior enforcement policies are a clear threat to national security. To be clear, these arrests were the result of the military base detaining the Jordanian nationals and alerting ICE to the attempted breach, and not the result of a proactive ICE operation. Now, after days of inquiry, we obtained additional information from ICE, specifically that the Jordanian foreign student entered the United States on September 11 of 2022. He had his foreign student status terminated about 4 months later, January 14 of 2023. Presumably, the Jordanian national never actually showed up to the school that enrolled him, or he quickly dropped out. But after wandering around the country for over a year, he meets up with the Jordanian national border crosser that this administration released into the country in April. There are many follow-up questions that should be asked of the Homeland Security Investigation Division, which oversees the Foreign Student Program, which is called the Student and Exchange Visitor Program, the SEVP. Question number one, what school did the Jordanian student attend? A well-known university or some small, poorly run school that shouldn't be certified to enroll foreign students anyway? What type of degree was he pursuing and in what field of study? A PhD in nuclear engineering? Or an undergraduate degree in English literature? Did the student drop out of school or otherwise fail to go to class? If so, did the school alert HSI and the Student and Exchange Visitor System, which is the most significant post-September 11 database, which requires schools to report any foreign student who has failed to maintain status or complete his or her program? If the school didn't report the student's change in status as required by regulation, is HSI planning to decertify the school so they can no longer enroll foreign students? Under law, schools must be certified by ICE and HSI to enroll foreign students, and that certification lasts for a period of 2 years. Now, why was the Jordanian foreign student allowed to wander around the country for over a year? Was Homeland Security looking for him? Foreign students have a lot of information on record, from home addresses to financials, and it's all contained in the SEVIS. They're an easier population to locate than some random illegal border crosser. Yet HSI apparently either had difficulty locating the individual or chose just not to look for him. What exactly was going on with his case and his immigration status? What does the school have to say about this? It's the school that chose to enroll this person and invite him or her to the United States. We should be seeking a quote from the school about the enrollment process and why they thought this Jordanian national was worthy of a spot on their campus. The school could also provide information about what the foreign student was studying, whether he had any problems with his records and things of that nature. Was the Jordanian student participating in the controversial optional practical training program, which allows foreign students to obtain employment for up to 3 years after graduation? If so, for which employer was he allegedly working? Did he actually show up to work? The student told the military base he was associated with Amazon, which raises the question of whether he also reported such employment to HSI in his OPT paperwork. The OPT program is full of fraud. Many foreign students claiming to work at jobs they don't actually have. How many foreign students has HSI actually arrested and removed over the last 3 years? They oversee the SEVP, and foreign students and exchange visitors have one of the highest overstay rates of any visa category. Rates and total numbers are different from country to country, but for Jordan, the overstay rate was over 11.5% in 2022, which was more than double the overstay average rate for all countries under this visa category. The rate and total number of foreign student overstays varies among countries. In 2022, 3,341 Jordanian foreign students were expected to depart that year. 387 did not. Now, to compare, a similar number of Austrian foreign students were expected to depart in 22. A total of 3,619 expected departures, all but 51 failed to depart. That's an overstay rate of 1.4%. But that's a lot of, for whatever reason, Jordanian students. overstaying their visas. As Vic was just mentioning, with all these campus protests cropping up all of a sudden, many of them not actually enrolled students, showing up on some of these campuses. Very interesting questions to be asked there, Vic.
Right. And whenever you mentioned the one overstaying his visa, the other one entered illegally or had given a notice to appear or something of that nature.
I mean, the student's been here since September of 2022. The other guy waltzes in across the border April of this year. I mean, so we're talking damn near 2 years later. And then all of us, instantly within a month, these two are associated with one another trying to breach the military base at Quantico.
Right. And I'm curious if they managed to make it at other places. It just strikes me as odd that someone on the run, so to speak, would attempt to enter the Marine base there at Quantico, because, like I said, that's the officer training school for the Marines, and it's also the training for the FBI. So I'm not sure what else goes on there, but I do know of those two, and I'm just curious what their purpose was to even try to get into a base that close, and it's that close to Washington, D.C. It just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't compute to me, but hopefully Biden will try to, well, not Biden, but the Marine Corps, and I'm not sure if that's where they're also trained some of their intelligence officers or not, but I know that, I just know when I used to have to make the run down through there, that if I didn't get down through Baltimore and all that before I hit the rush hour, the Beltway and everything else, it was going to be a long trip from the top of the Beltway there at Baltimore. Quantico was usually where it broke up, and I could start to make time again. But anyway, that's it just, the whole thing seems odd, and I can see why that the Biden administration, they're working hard to try to make illegal immigration not the issue, but that has affected so many different cities and towns in this country as far as expense-wise, and actually, since this is Memorial Day weekend and talking about the veterans, they're actually using VA resources for some of the illegals, and some of our veterans are still homeless, and they're worrying about putting up the illegals. I mean, it just it doesn't sit well. And as I was mentioning about that woman there, she was still bitter because her husband died because of being exposed to Agent Orange, and she listed all of his maladies. And she just didn't think much of a country that would do something like that to veterans. And when somebody is that set in their ways, there's no need to even talk to them. But the first thing I thought was, well, they used them as human guinea pigs back whenever they had the atomic blast, and some of them were given LSD, and they didn't realize, when they were trying to develop LSD 25, they didn't even realize they'd been given LSD, and they had problems for years, and then finally the government come out and admitted, well, yeah, we did do that, and that's why they had a lot of problems. And the Gulf War disease, and that affected them, and then we just went through the pandemic, and they were expected to take an experimental drug or have to get out of the service, and I forget how many people got out on that, but I know they tried to get several of them to come to sign up. They sent them all notices, and I think only 2 took advantage of going back and recouping their service, because that was quite a shock to people that were getting kicked out because they said they didn't want to take the drug. They didn't want to take the vaccine because they heard too many bad things about it. The government just unceremoniously ended their service, and several of them had quite a few years in. So, like I said, she was convinced that the government had done a mean thing to spraying that Agent Orange, and of course I do agree that to this day I do not understand what the tactical advantage was. And Admiral Zumwalt, he was Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific, and he actually approved that, and his son actually died from cancer from Agent Orange. So it just when somebody gets set in their ways and they believe something, I just let it go. But there's a lot of bad things that happen to many service members above and beyond, get shot in the line of duty, but and I don't want to make light of their service or anything of that nature. And that's whenever Joe Biden was talking about his son, Bo, there. I think he was a member of the 82nd Airborne, but I'm not sure. And he did get, I think he was in the Gulf War, but he wasn't killed in combat. He was killed from injury from the war. And I don't know why Biden keeps repeating that, if he's got that in his head, or it just makes him, I don't know what you'd want to say. It just makes him appear like he's totally disconnected from reality. And that's why I say it's the people that put Joe Biden up for that office and put him into the presidency and everything that went along with that, they're probably more guilty than Biden of undermining the United States, and maybe that's what they wanted. And the last thing I will mention here, the guy in China that was in charge of food security safety, they just unceremoniously dismissed him too, because they found out he was guilty of corruption. So I don't know if that meant he was taking paybacks from other people, or if he was part of the Biden corruption ring or what. But and even in China, they had a problem with one of the officials being corrupt. So I guess when he was being corrupt, he was just benefiting himself, and the Chinese Communist Party just couldn't let that happen. So he was the guy that was purchasing the grain and all that, and all the food products. He was in charge of food security. So with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right, good to hear from you here on a Tuesday morning. Keep on wanting to say a Monday, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. We'll return after this to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hello to Shorty. It's Orlando turnaround number one, right? I guess just another normal weekend, Chicago, right? At least 31 shot Friday through Sunday of Memorial Day weekend. I wonder, now that Monday is in the books, what did the total rack up to when all was said and done? And how can law enforcement keep up with that 31 shot Friday, Saturday, Sunday? And meanwhile, in the streets of Baltimore, I had come across this over the weekend, walking through the streets of Baltimore City, especially on the west side. They say it feels like you're navigating a war zone. Drug gangs have taken over entire neighborhoods, and police are nowhere to be found. We have all become numb to the violence, shootings, drug overdoses around the clock, the fentanyl flooding the streets, killing people left and right. And all that's left out of all this chaos are used Narcan kits littering the city streets, according to one resident. Where are the politicians who promised the end of the drug crisis? You know, the White House is just right down the street. Where's Biden? She said, this is insane. Our leaders have failed us. Her shocking account of life in Baltimore City and the around-the-clock chaos leaves one wondering why the metro area is literally imploding. Baltimore's been trending down for decades. But the death of Freddie Gray sparked the Ferguson effect, ushered in failed social and criminal justice reforms that have only resulted in record homicides, violent crime, drug overdoses in the last decade. Our latest report showed that defunding the police movement is not working well. And all of this has led to population collapse. That exodus has accelerated in the last 10 years. Law-abiding residents in the metro area demanding accountability from the radical left politicians whose policies have backfired. Yet Democrats put on a spectacular performance last week, celebrating how allegedly the toxic water in the Inner Harbor is now swimmable. Meanwhile, news last week from the New York Times, it may be a shocker for some, but Baltimore City has now been crowned America's overdose capital. People in Baltimore dying of overdoses at a rate never before seen in a major American city. In the past 6 years, nearly 6,000 lives have been lost. The death rate from 2018 to 22 was nearly double that of any other large city and higher than nearly all of Appalachia during the prescription pill crisis, or the Midwest during the height of the rural meth labs, or New York during the crack epidemic. We are left speechless. The numbers are horrifying. Dr. Laura Scott, Maryland's health secretary, since 2023 said we have not deployed the right resources to the right places. The bloated local government is ineffective in solving real crisis. In other words, the wrong people are running the show, she says. Where are those woke lawmakers in Annapolis? Well, they're busy focusing on pushing radical trans health bills instead of solving real problems. This, though, is the perfect example of the Democrat supermajorities in the legislature failing to implement tough policies for drug deals, a total failure of the city council and the mayor. Republicans continue to offer solutions. Democrats continue to reject those solutions. It is created and exacerbated by Democrats' failure. And we'll get a news break here. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Over 70 million people from the south up to the northeast could see strong storms. Tornadoes remain a possibility from eastern North Carolina all the way up to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Meanwhile, heavy rain could also lead to flooding in parts of Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. This comes after severe weather has killed at least 21 people in the United States this Memorial Day weekend. President Biden spent part of his Memorial Day taking part in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. The president also delivered remarks saying he remembers those who lost their lives serving their country.
Decade after decade, tour after tour, these warriors fought for our freedom and the freedom of others. Because freedom has never been guaranteed. Every generation has to earn it, fight for it, defend it in battle between autocracy and democracy.
This as politics remains front and center for many Americans. USA's Ryan Daniels has the latest.
While Democratic politicians lean on abortion as a top election year issue, Republican politicians continue to hammer the immigration issue home. Florida Republican Byron Donalds, on with Fox News Sunday, said the country is suffering. Donalds believes the more rigid approach earlier by the Trump administration was more effective.
Donald Trump had this border secured when he was president of the United States. When Joe Biden came in, the first thing he did was rip up Trump's border policies.
He said Republicans need to end the so-called catch and release program and reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy.
Hall of Fame basketball star and TV commentator Bill Walton is dead at the age of 71 after a long battle with cancer. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
There's still no end in sight for the Israel-Hamas war. USA's Corey Myers has the latest.
The war in Gaza rages on. At least 35 people were killed in an Israeli strike on a refugee camp in Rafah. The Israeli military saying it hit a Hamas compound in the area, killing 2 senior officials from that militant group. Parts of central Israel were hit by rockets for the first time in months. Hamas claiming responsibility for that attack. Ceasefire talks are supposed to resume tomorrow between Israel and Hamas.
2 Republican-led House committees are advancing their resolution to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt, but the measure may not have a lot of support when it heads for a full vote on the House floor. California Republican Congressman Darrell Issa joins Fox News and explains what the goal of the resolution is.
What we're trying to do is assert appropriately congressional authority. And that goes back and forth between Republicans and Democrats should be voting with Republicans. If they want some particular protection, assert it.
The move comes after the White House used executive privilege over the audio and video recordings of special counsel Robert Hur's interviews with President Biden as part of an investigation into his handling of classified documents. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We live in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coot Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about came his legal name. He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself, and of course the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus, and he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, "Build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store." So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there, And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overalls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Get the new week underway. We're closing out the Memorial Day weekend. And hello to Steve in Columbus, who says, good morning. All the listeners out there, hope everybody had a good weekend. We sure did. Able to spend some time with family. Also got a few things done around the house. Yes, it was good while it lasted. Now it's time to head back to work. The coffee fresh, the car is packed. We'll head in and see what the day brings us. And Shorty cited, this is the 28th day of May. And it was this date in history, two-time Olympic gold medalist and Pro Football Hall of Famer James Francis, a.k.a. Jim Thorpe, came into this world. May the 28th of 1888. Born in a one-room cabin in the geographical area that is now Oklahoma. Raised by Hiram and Charlotte Thorpe on the Sac and Fox Reservation, according to the Historical Society. Thorpe was given the Native American name Wathohuk, meaning bright path, in the Sac and Fox language. That name would quickly turn prophetic as Thorpe would establish himself as one of the athletic superstars of the 20th century. 1903, moved from Oklahoma to Pennsylvania to attend the Carlisle Indian School, Carlisle, PA. While at that school, he flourished as an athlete, although his sports career had a rather unorthodox start. Coached by future College Football Hall of Fame inductee Glenn Pop Warner, he joined the school's track and football teams. His entry into track and field began in 1907. While walking across campus, he saw the track team participating the high jump. Now, he was 5'8" at the time, asked if he could try to jump the bar, which was set at 5'9". Wearing overalls and a hickory work shirt, he cleared the bar, setting the rest of his life in motion. The next day, Warner asked to see Thorpe. Rather than punish him, as the young student feared, Warner informed him that he had inadvertently broken the school record in the high jump the day before. He quickly became a star, although he dropped out of the school in 1909. He returned to the Carlisle Indian School in 1911, named a football first-team All-American selection for 1911 and 12. So how about that? One of the greatest athletes in history, according to the record books. All right, on to a couple of industry headlines. The FMCSA has granted an exemption to Gemini Motor Transport that will allow the Oklahoma-based carrier to operate a flashing brake light system. I've seen a few of these out there. Some of them on like ambulances and fire trucks. The FMCSA published the notice of exemption last week, allowing the company to operate commercial vehicles equipped with a system manufactured by IntelliStop. The exemption will run through May of 2029. This module is designed to pulse the required rear clearance, identification, and brake lamps from a lower level lighting intensity to a higher level 4 times in 2 seconds when the brakes are applied, and then return to a steady burning state while the brakes remain engaged. It's kind of a quick get your attention. Hey, the vehicle's slowing down. The manufacturer is noteworthy. FMCSA denied IntelliStop's application for an industry-wide exemption back in 22. In that denial, they said the scope of their exemption request was too broad. They did say that individual motor carrier applications may be more closely aligned with the FMCSA authorities. Gemini's exemption is narrower, limited to a defined number of vehicles using the pulsating brake module. So I guess they're going to be kind of trying this out, see if it works out, causes any issues. But then on to the truckload carrier Covenant Logistics, seeking a 2-year federal exemption to streamline the process for employing 2,000 new drivers. According to the company, Chattanooga, Tennessee-based Covenant, along with its logistics affiliate Land Air Transport, has petitioned the FMCSA to allow commercial learner's permit holders to have passed a CDL skills test to drive a truck without an on-duty CDL holder present in the front passenger seat, as is currently required. Published last Wednesday, Covenant currently cannot employ a new driver until the driver's home state issues a CDL. They must therefore either wait for the driver to obtain the physical CDL credential from the state or send the driver home. And I said this results in supply chain inefficiency and a lost employment opportunity for the new driver. States can take weeks to properly document and update the status of a new driver's CDL after they've passed the skills test. Covenant is not able to employ the driver during this time without having a second driver in the front seat of the truck. Now, they explained prior to the implementation of the front seat requirement for experienced drivers who oversee new permit holders, states routinely issued temporary CDLs valid only in drivers' home states to drivers who had successfully passed a CDL skills test. That made it possible for the company to immediately designate a new driver as on duty, directing that driver to their home state without entering a second driver into the on-duty status. If this is granted, Covenant would join several other large trucking companies, including CRST and Wilson Logistics, in securing licensing flexibility. CRST was originally given an exemption in 2016. They have successfully renewed it, showing that safety was not compromised with the eased restrictions. These exemptions may not be necessary in the future if the FMCSA moves forward with a pending rulemaking, they say. The proposed rule caused called Increased Flexibility for Testing and for Drivers After Passing the Skills Test, would loosen those CDL testing regulations, allowing CDL holders who've passed the skills test to operate a truck without having a CDL holder in the passenger seat, expanding the applicant's ability to take a skills test in a state other than the state in which they live, and eliminating the requirement that an applicant wait at least 14 days after being issued a learner's permit to take the CDL skills test. Now, these changes are opposed by some owner-operators and by truck safety advocates who say rolling back driver testing regulations is going to lead to more crashes. Not a safe thing to do. All right, news break just around the corner here. Does anybody go to the movie theater anymore? Hearing that, they said it's been decades since the Memorial Day box office was as dead as it was this year. Movie theaters looking more and more like a wasteland this summer. You had Ferocia, the Mad Max saga, and the Garfield movie. Neither of them could save the Memorial Day weekend, which is cruising towards a 2-decade low. So they thought it was bad during the COVID thing, right? Yeah, the Mad Max sequel, starring Anna Taylor-Joy and Chris Hemsworth, claimed the first place spot for Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend, $25.6 million. Still waiting for the numbers from Monday to get the 4-day estimates. The Garfield movie, of course, the animated family-friendly, was the other big new offering this weekend from Sony's Columbia Pictures. It claimed number one for the 4-day weekend with an estimated 31.9 in ticket sales through Monday. They estimated the 3-day earnings at 24.8. So it's been since the COVID had theaters closed several years ago that the numbers have been this low over the kickoff to the big summer movie.
USA News Update. Hall of Fame basketball star and commentator Bill Walton has died at the age of 71. That's according to a statement from the NBA. He passed away after battling cancer. Walton, who won 2 NBA championships during his career, one with the Portland Trail Blazers, another with the Boston Celtics, leaves behind a storied legacy in the sport. The threat of severe weather extended to the East Coast Monday, potentially impacting over 70 million people from the south to the northeast. Strong storms are expected with tornadoes possible in areas from eastern North Carolina to eastern Pennsylvania, including cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Tennis superstar Rafael Nadal has been eliminated from the French Open after losing in the first round. Nadal was defeated by Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets on Monday. Following the match, Nadal remarked that there is a strong possibility this was his final appearance at the French Open. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, hello to Rick in Columbus, checking in a little late here on a Tuesday morning, but yeah, hope you had a good weekend. And I said, how about the Reds sweep the Dodgers 4 in a row? Wow, how about that? Now we got the Cards. 3-game series. Okay. Yeah, they needed to get a streak going because they were getting way back. Hello to Roki. He said, hey, let the kids know. In Southwest Ohio, and obviously for many, many miles around, tonight at 9:51 p.m., the International Space Station will be visible for a total of 6 minutes, moving from northwest to east-southeast at an angle of 72 degrees. So that's almost straight overhead. All right, now hopefully if we've got the clear skies like we do this morning. Norman, hello, just rolled into Wichita. We'll unload at 7:30. It was a relaxing 4 nights off, but it's going to be now it's going to be a busy week. Doctor's appointment on Friday in Kansas City. Everybody, have a good morning. Okay, meanwhile, let's say hello to Daryl this morning. How we doing, Daryl?
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker?
I had a good weekend. Everybody doing fine. I didn't get a chance to see Stryker over the weekend.
Well, I bet he's a busy police officer. I had a family that my neighbors got about 19 chickens, and they went to St. Louis on vacation, and I fed chickens over the Memorial weekend.
Did you?
It'd been a long time since I fed chickens.
Yeah.
I had fun. Expected me a few eggs, got some brown eggs, and got one chicken that lays sort of a green egg, and kind of an unusual chicken, but they all taste the same. Red, white, or blue. Eggs are eggs.
Right.
I enjoyed hearing Damn It Ray. Your dad used to keep me awake from Atlanta to Cincinnati playing that. And I sure did enjoy your dad and all the years. The guys lined up at the pay phone to call him.
Yes, they did, yeah.
Did you get your pool open?
Not yet.
But you're working on it, right?
Yeah, I had most all the water drained off the cover, and then, of course, when the weekend rolled around and we got rain several times, and now I got to drain the water again to get the daggone cover off.
That was sort of a storm that came through, knocked out the ball game for about an hour the other night.
Yes, it did.
There was a chicken that had about 12 little baby chicks, and they had it in a garage, and I couldn't find them chickens anywhere. I looked and looked and looked, and I just thought maybe an eagle or something had got them. Next morning, there they were, just as chipper as could be, and I figured that mother chicken hid those chicks when that storm came up. It was kind of interesting. You learn a lot about life watching chickens. They go to work at daylight, and they work till sunset.
From sun up to sundown.
Yeah. Listen, I'll let you go. I want you to know that Gasoline Extreme took my F-150 to Louisville and back over the holiday, and I was surprised at the gas mileage I got. So keep up the good work.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you very much, Daryl. Appreciate you checking in here as we get the new week underway. Yes, I mentioned the International Space Station. I've seen flyovers on a number of occasions. Pappy will probably be marking his watch. He'll be out there with the fire pit. Yeah, probably get a couple pictures of it. That thing's moving at about 17,500 miles an hour, though. 25 times the speed of sound, or they call it Mach 25 in astronaut terms. This thing orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. So the crew experiences 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. It also travels at this speed to maintain its orbit around the Earth, which is at an average height of about 248 miles up. So you think about that. If you do glance up and see this thing, 17,500 miles an hour. From the time it comes into your view, now from our area, it'd be coming into view probably, as it's coming in out of the Canadian border. And as it progresses over, and by the time, as it's exiting your view, whatever direct, it's somebody moving southwest, so it's going to be probably, it'll probably be over Texas. When it kind of goes out of our view. It's just amazing how far you can see this thing, but from the heavens above. Well, hello to the Scarecrow. How was our Memorial Day weekend?
Well, Steve, it was a busy weekend. Not a lot of pleasure to come out of it, but that countertop that I had told you about a couple of 3 weeks back, it found its way into the kitchen, and with the help of our youngest and his bride, we got her all glued up and in place, and got the new sink installed and got the faucet on right before I laid down for my nap last night. Now if I get the dishwasher hooked up today, there's going to be one happy bride in our household there, yeah. Not to say there weren't a couple cocktails or two or three or four consumed over the weekend, Steve. We kind of had to keep the tradition going too, you know. I wonder if Daryl fell into some old Dr. Seuss book or something over the weekend. He's got green eggs and ham kind of on his mind there. Yeah. Steve, thinking about yesterday being Monday, I guess in the world of many of us, yesterday was the best day of the week, huh? Of course, we do have this coming Friday to look forward to, but I did like yesterday's Monday. Maybe you not so much, huh? You're being pretty quiet about it.
Well, I mean, come Monday, I start pretty early, but then I end up having to be. I sleep most of the day away because I had to be here tonight.
Yeah. I go into my Sunday night, Monday night program with my whole weekend has been thrown off, so that ends up being kind of a long night some nights, but the week usually it does come in fine fashion. It doesn't really affect me too bad, but yeah, like I say, on the weekends I fall into the daylight schedule, and now we got the work week going again there. Let's see. Oh, Steve, I do have to thank Heatwave. Heatwave, if you're out there, you set my program, my evening on a fine fashion and put a smile on my face. Every time I hear about Satan's daughter come up in conversation, Steve, I can't help but chuckle there. He's got such a fondness and appreciation for what was and all way. Yeah. Keep it coming there, Heatwave. Keep them coming there. Let's see. Where else was I going to go there? Yeah, I knew it would happen. We got, you're talking about the high water flooding that's constantly going on. Now, I shared this story or this experience quite a while back, Steve, but it's worth noting again. It doesn't take much water, and I'm not even talking about floating a vehicle. Just know you can be so sure of your road and routing and such. You throw a few inches of water over it, you know, what you maybe use as landmarks or such, they are gone. You know, and our drop yard, our yard up there in La Crosse, the road that enters there goes. It's a heavily traveled industrial park road, and it's one of the lowest points in the city of La Crosse or area. So the drainage system, storm sewers and such, that the water all migrates to that zone. And there's I think there's 2 manhole covers in this low point. And it's not a high speed. I think it's a 35 zone right at this point, but heavily traveled, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
And a quick downpour, we'll end up with 8-10 inches of water sitting here. Well, it's no problem even with that small Civic to navigate across that, and I've done that many times. Now this goes back a couple of years, but just to say, you become accustomed to what is. Well, somebody, I'm assuming, probably hit that patch of water at a high rate of speed or higher than they should, and they killed their car. So it was, parked along the curb line. Well, that instinctively, I shifted over a foot and a half. There was oncoming traffic. Well, Steve, that lined up my tires with these manhole covers that I normally, would be straddling. And that high water, it had pushed one of these manhole covers. It had floated it out of the depression in the road, so it was, was spanning. It maybe shifted over 5-6 inches or so. But it was enough to, had I hit it maybe 6 inches farther to one side or the other, I would have been dead right smack in the middle. What I did, I hit the manhole cover. The car dropped down just a little bit, but it managed to pick itself up again. Just a few inches more, I'm guessing, to the left. The cover would not have been able to support my weight there, and so that whole premise or suggestion of turn around, don't drown. Well, example right there about something you're so accustomed to, habits and such. Just that little bit was enough to, it could have really spoiled my day and that of several others behind me and such too. So yeah, water. It's certainly something to not toy with, so to speak. What else here? Steve, did we experience the second coming of Grump this evening when you wrote that letter from him?
Yes.
That was a Grump that many of us are not accustomed to. That was a side to Grump that, yes, he's certainly maturing and taking life for what it's truly worth. I myself, I've tried to tell myself to back off of the I can snap and generate a series of words, Steve, that would make any person blush, and I try to ease off on that. And is my best friend. He's my inspiration there. He had 2 years back, he had a motorcycle accident where he landed literally on his head, no helmet, and he was at death's door. And for what he had to go through, he explained to me. He said, John, I've totally changed my approach to life and what really matters to me and what I value. And so, yeah, he too, he used to be somewhat of a hot temper, but no, he has noticeably been able to take life appreciate for what's really there, within his family and such. And so, yeah, Grump, you've got the right approach going there. Let's hope it rubs off on some of the rest of us here too. Last thing, Steve, Friday night's program there. I wish it had been another half hour long. I would have been venting at that time. I had time over the weekend, to cool off some. But it's been on, and you know what I'm talking about. It's been on my mind since. I was going to have something to say tonight, but I'm going to pack it in until tomorrow night. But I still have some strong opinions on what was said and insinuated and such. So I'll leave it at that, for now, Steve, and we'll be ready again tomorrow night. How's that work for you?
Pick it up there. All right, sounds like a plan.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So apparently it's one of those, what'd you say, 4 a.m. starts, a late start to the day. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yep. Got a 4 o'clock load time this morning there, so can't get out there before midnight to get going, so got to conserve all our time and use it to start here late in the day, so here we are. But, so anyways, trust you had a better weekend than Kyle Larson did then, right?
Yeah. I felt bad for him there. Yeah, he might have had a top 10, top 5. Who knows if weren't the speeding penalty.
Oh, is that what happened in Indy?
Yep.
I didn't get to see the Indianapolis 500. I just saw he finished 18th, but I guess there was a weather delay there that kept the race from starting on time.
That's
so that got him to Charlotte late.
4-hour delay getting started, so he didn't get to Charlotte. Hell, it was like after 9 o'clock in the evening, and that rain delay kicked in like right before he got there, so he never even got to do a lap in Charlotte.
Yeah, that was about the time I picked up the Coca-Cola 600 there. It was just a little bit before halfway, and we watched there, and then the rain started, and we watched the helicopter come in from Indy, and he was running across there through the pits, all getting ready to go, and they were going to swap him out, and then, as you say, they just decided the race didn't need to happen anymore, so he didn't even get to turn a lap in Charlotte. So I don't know. I think NASCAR could have tried a little harder. I mean, it wouldn't have been the first time they drug all night long into the early morning hours to finish the race, but I don't know. It's their decision, their game, and all that. So it's just that you wonder why the ratings go down and the amount of attendance and everything go down, and it kind of shows. And you're talking about the movie theaters. The grandson there, his dad took him to see that Garfield movie. So we asked him, how many people were there? He says, there was 3 families.
Really?
So is that 3 families including you guys, or 3 other? Oh no, that was 3 families including us. So there was him and his dad, and then 2 other families there to see the Garfield movie at the theater, that whatever time period it was that they went to see it at.
Wow.
So yeah, the movie theaters just aren't really much hustle and bustle there. So anyways, the wife there, she sent me a thing there. Was a marquee there, a sign there that somebody had put up, and said, "Re-electing Biden is like being the captain of the Titanic and backing back into the iceberg after you hit it the first time."
I saw that. Yes, he said, let's do double take. Boom.
Yeah, it didn't do it good enough the first time. Let's really sink it the second time. So, I don't know. That's kind of the lines of the city of Baltimore. I heard you talking about that. I was on my way down the road there, so I heard you talking about that. And actually, I was going right through downtown at the time. But yeah, you get to the west side of Baltimore or down the south side once you cross over the water and get to the south side of the city and down into what they call Brooklyn and Cherry Hill and everything. It's pretty sad to go through there, and that's I don't know. So I guess the politicians just see their little bit of inner harbor, and they don't get out there to see what the rest of the city looks like. And it's lot of places you don't want to be after dark a lot of times. So, but I see there was some truck drivers there that they were braving their souls there on the downtown area because they were staged there to one of the arenas or whatever they call the arena in Baltimore now. I forget exactly what it is. It keeps changing all the time. So, but anyways, there was a half dozen trucks all staged there. Either they just gotten done putting the show in, or they're working on, pulling the show out, and they got the truck staged outside on the highway there on the local city streets. And so, anyways, best of luck to them there. So this time of day they should be all right there. But anyways, your weather did come through. You and your AccuWeather guys, they were calling for some pretty severe weather last night, and we didn't have the severe that they had in the rest of the country. And all the best to those people. Sounds like it was really bad down there, Oklahoma and Texas and Arkansas. And
I think the death toll's up to, I believe, 22 now. But yeah, horse feathers. We got a call it a day there, because according to the clock, it's quitting time for the Steve Summers overnight drive. But we'll do it again at the midnight hour. Have a great Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. And we'll talk again at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.